Una de las preguntas que más me llega de todos ustedes es, ¿qué no la bolsa debería de subir porque viene el Mundial? ¿Qué la economía no debería de mejorar porque viene el Mundial? ¿Cuál es la repercusión de tener un Mundial, básicamente, en todo lo que estamos viviendo en este momento? Y les voy a contestar exactamente todo esto. Y lo que quiero hacer es básicamente poner en contexto cómo se mueve la bolsa y cuáles son los trucos que te están jugando. Definitivamente estos trucos funcionan y los puedes aplicar para que tú puedas aprender a empezar a leer este desmadre y también tomar tus propias decisiones. Lo primero que tengo que decir es, eh, cuando todo el mundo está esperando el mismo resultado, normalmente eso es cuando te da una indicación de que ese resultado no es el que va a ocurrir. Eso es muy importante. Entonces, cuando todo el mundo está esperando ver que el mundial haga que todo vaya a subir otra vez, tienes que preguntarte entonces, ¿estoy con todo el mundo? ¿Tendría sentido que todo el mundo esté en lo correcto? Esa es la primera pregunta que te tienes que hacer. Ahora, si nos aventamos un poco más para atrás, y también te voy a explicar esto, es cómo estamos parados en un ciclo económico, cómo se compara eso con el pasado y en el ciclo económico donde estamos, en la parte en la que estamos del ciclo, ¿tendría sentido que el mundial efectivamente haga que todo suba una vez más altos históricos? Estoy hablando de todo. Vamos a darle con eso. Bienvenidos a este live. Me preguntó, mis estimados, vamos a platicar. Ya les conté exactamente de qué. Vamos a analizar esto y lo vamos a comparar con ejemplos bastante sencillos para que los tengan en mente para adelante. Y de ahí nos vamos a ir al casino del Tío Salo, donde vamos a analizar los precios de absolutamente todo, empezando con Bitcoin como siempre, para ver cómo vamos con nuestros trades. Y si hay algo interesante pasando en las tablas, que honestamente se ve algo de hueva, pero vamos a ver si algo de volatilidad nos dan por ahí, nos tiran unas migajas o algo, carajo. Entonces, empecemos con la pregunta, ¿no? El Mundial hace, para empezar, ¿el mundial tiene algún tipo de efecto económico positivo en contra de una recesión? Cuando va a caer un país en recesión o está en recesión como lo estamos en este momento. Y una vez más, les tengo que decir esto para muchos de ustedes. Yo sé, no les han dado permiso todavía. Su Paco favorito está volteando a ver la bolsa y dice, por ende no hay recesión, pero te vas a sentir muy estúpido como en el 2009 todo el mundo lo hizo porque esta nos la jugaron, ¿no? En el 2009, todo el mundo que decía que había recesión, la televisión se burlaba de ellos, los periódicos se burlaban de ellos, las revistas se burlaban de ellos, ¿no? Y en ese entonces yo me acuerdo perfectamente, no tenía un palo para pensar recesión, no recesión. Yo lo único que veía era que toda la gente alrededor mío me estaba pidiendo empleo. A mí me estaba yendo muy bien, pero toda la gente alrededor mía me estaba pidiendo empleo. Era como una de las cosas en común con este tipo de entorno en el que estamos ahorita, ¿no? Donde aparte de pedirme empleo a la gente que conozco, está la gente que me mendiguea en línea y el mendigueo en línea ha subido cabrón. Que es la neta, es básicamente es andar limosneando en línea, pedirle dinero a alguien que no te conoce. Güey, dámelo para comprar lo que sea para tu negocio, para ti mismo, para salirte de deudas. Eso es mendigar. Eso es nada más estar como en la calle la gente que pide dinero, pero tú estás pidiéndome miles, si no cientos de miles de dólares. Qué cabrones. Entonces tenemos eso en común. La otra cosa es cuando les decían todo eso y los dijeron por años que no es cierto, no estábamos en una recesión, llegó por ahí de febrero del 2009, sale el güey de la Reserva Federal y dice, no me lo van a creer, pero hemos estado en una recesión por 2 años más o menos. Y un poco alrededor de esa fecha es cuando normalmente la bolsa toca piso. Llegas al fondo de todo. Entonces, no te dan permiso a entender, saber que estás en una recesión hasta el final. Y algo que tienen ustedes que tener en mente es, ahorita la gente relaciona completamente la bolsa con la recesión. Completamente. Entonces, ¿cuál es el escenario que más duele en estos momentos, entendiendo que la gente está educada para pensar, y esto nos lo prueba, ¿no? La gente que ve las noticias, que me ha venido a decir a mí que hay una recesión, es cuando la bolsa está abajo. No cuando su negocio está en la absoluta mierda estilo 2008, es cuando la bolsa está abajo. Ahí es cuando CNN, Fox y todos ellos les dan permiso para entender que están en una recesión. Entonces, ¿cuál sería el peor escenario, no? Porque tienes que jugársela inteligentemente de cierta forma a esta gente. Y eso simplemente es que te vayas de lado. De lado, de lado, de lado, eventualmente tires toda la mierda y vámonos. Empezamos, ¿no? Es como funcionaría. Entonces, entendiendo eso, entendiendo dónde estás parado, viene una Copa Mundial a Estados Unidos, a México, que por cierto, en Estados Unidos a nadie le importa, ¿eh? Nadie sabe, fuera de la gente que es fanática del soccer, que hay una Copa del Mundo a punto de pasar. Nadie. Esto nunca, igual y porque el gringo no es tan metido, pero normalmente sientes la emoción del Mundial. Aquí, nada. Es una cosa rarísima, no se siente el fervor de una Copa Mundial chingada. Pero normalmente en ejemplos pasados, se los he dicho, en Sudáfrica, en Japón, estaban en medio de caer en una recesión, el Mundial simplemente los hizo irse de al ladito y después continuó para abajo como debería de continuar. Acuérdense que la FIFA es la organización criminal más grande que existe en el planeta y vienen a robarse todo, no vienen a darte más dinero. ¿Ok? Entonces no hay más actividad económica, la FIFA se lleva todo ese dinero, lo único que pasa es que se va de ladito por un rato en lo que compra la gente hot dogs que cuestan $40 en el estadio o en la calle, ¿no? Es básicamente eso. Entonces, no, el Mundial ni nada de eso cambia la situación en la que está. Por ejemplo, estoy simplemente, ¿no? Por varias cosas, México está también igual en la mierda en cuanto a actividad económica se refiere. A mi gusto, ¿no? Puedes decir, no sé, no veo datos de nada en México, no tengo ni puta idea, pero personalmente siento que México también está en la mega mierda y sé que Canadá está en la mega mierda también, económicamente hablando. Entonces, ¿va a haber como una mejora económica en eso? No, puede que por un mes, por los días que estén ahí, los gringos vayan y la gente que venga de Europa pues compre una que otra cosita más, pero no te va a cambiar la vida. Es lo que yo diría, así que no lo vayas a tratar como, bueno, esto fue el final de todo eso. Eso es mi recomendación. Espero que sí, honestamente, espero que les vaya mejor a todos, que cambien muchísimo las cosas, pero basado en el pasado nunca ha pasado. Entonces, no voy a apostar en ello. Entendiendo eso, cuando la bolsa pone momentos para adelante, que te dicen que es cuando todo va a explotar, que te hacen pensar a ti, a todos tus amigos, a todos los secuaces, que nos vamos a ir para arriba, normalmente no lo hace. Normalmente lo único que es para darte continuación a la caída. Cuando no es el evento grande, ¿no? Te voy a dar un ejemplo. En el 2021, octubre, noviembre, Bitcoin toca tope, junto con todo cripto, ¿no? En el 2021. Y nadie lo quiere creer, porque hay varias cosas que van a pasar para adelante que son muy emocionantes para la industria. La primera y la más grande de todas era, va a venir el Super Bowl que ocurre la primera, segunda semana de febrero, y es cuando literalmente van a poner anuncios de Coinbase y de todas estas cosas donde se van a gastar millones de dólares para que todo continúe subiendo. Entonces, todos estamos esperando a eso. También todos estamos esperando a que lo que nos haya dicho la Reserva Federal en noviembre, que fue, güey, vamos a tener que subir intereses. Nadie les creyó, nadie, incluyéndome a mí, nadie les creyó. Y dijimos, güey, cuando venga la Junta de la Reserva Federal, la primera que va a ser por ahí de marzo, nos van a decir que no es cierto. Entonces tenías cosas para adelante, ¿no? Para ver. Siempre esto ocurre. Cuando te dan la noticia, el Clarity Act, de que por fin pasó después de que les dijeron a todos ustedes y los torearon. Y ahora, ¿cómo sabes si una noticia es percibida, si es alcista o bajista? La misma gente poniendo la noticia te dice, alcista, el Clarity Act va a poner. No están dependiendo de que tú tengas criterio, te están diciendo cómo va a ser. Entonces, no tienes que buscarle más. En la misma noticia, ellos te dicen, esto es alcista, el Clarity Act va a pasar, ¿no? Alcista, va a haber comerciales de Coinbase en el Super Bowl. Y todos empezamos a ver a Bitcoin caer y decíamos, no hay pedo, güey, compra el dip. Es lo más chingón del mundo, vamos a poder comprarlo y cuando venga el Super Bowl va a subir. Otro ejemplo de esto es cuando Dogecoin estaba haciendo su máximo histórico y todo el mundo dijo, güey, en 2 semanas Elon Musk va a salir en SNL, en Saturday Night Live, y va a hablar de Dogecoin. Entonces todavía va a subir más. Esto fue 2 semanas antes, me parece, de que fuera su aparición. Tocó tope, bajó, pero bajó un chingo y todo el mundo dijo, cómprenlo, porque Dogecoin va a subir ahora que Elon Musk vaya a hablar de esto en SNL. Y adivinen qué pasó. Siguió bajando, siguió bajando. Lo mismo que pasó con cripto en febrero. En realidad, en febrero del año del 2022 fue la siguiente pata para abajo después de que vimos el Super Bowl y no pasó nada. Normalmente esos eventos son como la llegada de la decepción, si lo quieres ver así. Y ahora no creas que estás comprando el rumor y vendiendo la noticia como te enseñaron en clases de economía, ¿no? lo que estás haciendo efectivamente es compra el momentum del engaño a los idiotas que no entienden esto y vende cuando los idiotas estén a punto de tener su recompensa. Los engañados. Esa es la forma de verlo, ¿ok? En este momento, todo ha estado bajando, menos 4 acciones y 3 índices en la bolsa yéndose para abajo, y ha tenido un rebote desde que prometieron, ¿no? Y vienen estas cosas que vamos a ver. El IPO de SpaceX y el Mundial empiezan en el mismo tiempo. Y esto no es una coincidencia, no existen las coincidencias. El Mundial empieza el 11 de junio y el IPO de SpaceX está programado para el 12 de junio. ¿Ok? Entonces, ¿qué puedes esperar? Puedes esperar movimiento de lado, tal vez para arriba, pero no quieres meterte ahorita a decir, güey, voy a hacerle un long a todo esto. Eso empezó en abril, cuando a todo el mundo lo convencieron de que por alguna razón estábamos en recesión por 2 segundos, creo que porque la bolsa había bajado. Y entonces ya los convencieron de que no, porque la bolsa volvió a subir. No, eso fue básicamente todo. Entonces, ahorita no creas que va a haber un putazo súper grande a la alza si es que se da. Se puede ir a la alza tantito para continuar esta percepción. Y eventualmente, cuando llegue el momento de estas dos cosas tan esperadas, se va a ir a la verga. Mucha gente me ha preguntado, ¿vas a comprar el IPO de SpaceX? No. No, 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 no. No, 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 tíos, no. La razón por qué lo están valuando más grande que Tesla en el pre-IPO, o está muy cerca de los números de Tesla. Hace la mitad de dinero que Tesla y es una industria que va a tomar tiempo para de verdad crecer. Ahora, ¿le tengo que poner lógica a esto? No. No, 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 no. No le tengo que poner lógica, porque Tesla no tiene sentido los precios que tiene. ¿Ok? Es el futuro crecimiento. Tienes que entender que fundamentales no funcionan en esto. Tienes que entender que hype en algo es lo que funciona. SpaceX trae todo el hype. ¿Va a subir cuando salga y todo esto? Probablemente. Pero también muy probablemente va a caer y llevarse a toda la gente que entró desde el principio a la mierda. Y ahí es donde yo pienso entrar. Cuando la gente le esté diciendo a Elon Musk cómo manejar su empresa de cohetes, ahí es cuando voy a comprar. Y estas son formas muy sencillas de poder identificar patrones de comportamiento en la gente, de poder identificar patrones de propaganda para toda la gente cuando te dicen que algo es alcista. Y una vez más, no tienes que ser un genio, ponerte a ver las noticias. Simplemente en un tweet volteas y ves las cuentas que les he enseñado antes, donde te ponen alcista, el Clarity Act, alcista, viene el Mundial, alcista, el IPO de Tesla. No es alcista. Entonces, si eres paciente, y siempre les digo esto, juega en contra de todo lo que es la recompensa rápida para ti, ¿no? Es el principio humano más grande que existe, que nadie hace, pero aplica también en cosas como la avaricia. Si todo el mundo quiere hacer dinero rápido y te están diciendo que el IPO de SpaceX te va a hacer dinero rápido, ¿cómo crees que le va a pagar a toda esa gente que se están cogiendo? A toda esa gente que están haciéndola avariciosa. No les va a pagar bien. Entonces yo diría, ¿cuál es la mejor jugada para esto y basado en qué, no? Sencillo. Puede todo esto salir mal, por supuesto, pero estoy pensando, ¿qué es lo que me rige a mí? El ciclo, la repetición de todo. Lo que todo el mundo deja de creer por hype, para mí no. Yo tengo que quedarme parado en ello, porque es más difícil que las cosas cambien a que no cambien. Siempre se los digo, estás tradeando un rango, 7 de 10 veces te va a pagar. Esto es 9 de 10, el ciclo. Y puede que exista la una que ya no te pague, ¿no? Pero ¿por qué estoy hablando del ciclo? Porque en el ciclo de negocios en donde estamos, cuando ves el petróleo subir, no importa lo que te digan del estrecho de Hormuz, cuando ves el petróleo subir, el dólar le sigue. A veces toma 6 meses, a veces toma 8 meses, a veces toma menos. Pero en el último, el del 2022, tomó 6 meses, en el 2008 tomó 8 meses. Y por ahí de julio, es cuando el dólar debería de empezar ya indudablemente a subir. Ahora, esto es basado en el promedio de lo que ha tomado en el pasado. Es en lo que no estoy prediciendo el futuro, no estoy viendo para allá y poderes psíquicos, ¿no? Simplemente basado en lo que he visto antes que ha ocurrido, eso no ha pasado. Y ahora, ¿por qué no ha pasado, etcétera? Porque ellos lo están deteniendo. Recuerda, tienes que, mientras más fuerte va a ser la caída, más invitas a la gente a posicionar incorrectamente, a que su promedio de entradas sea una absoluta mierda. Y es justamente lo que estás viviendo. Entonces, voy a apostar en contra del ciclo del dólar, del petróleo, del ciclo de 16 años. Y una vez más, estamos definitivamente en el fin del ciclo de 16 años. Lo que no sabemos es si estamos ante el ciclo de 100. El de 100 sería una mamada. El de 16 ya es una verdadera mega mamada. El de 100 sería completamente destrucción financiera. Personalmente, no creo que estemos ahí. Yo creo que estamos ante uno de 16 años para recuperar por 1 o 2 años y después poder caer a la verga en el otro. Pero ¿hasta cuándo va a ser el grande? Y para mí el catalizador de eso es cuando pongan a inteligencia artificial de verdad a quitar chambas. Lo que están contándole a todos ustedes en este momento de que la IA está robando, no. Las empresas sobrecontrataron a gente muy incapaz que no debió de haber sido contratada desde el principio y se están deshaciendo de ellos ahorita. Y te están dando la narrativa de la inteligencia artificial porque eso hace que quieras invertir más en sus empresas, ¿no? Y también lo del fin del mundo, que van a destruir todo, etcétera. Personalmente no lo creo, porque entonces se quedarían sin. No puedes ser un dios si no tienes a toda la gente que te alaba y te lame los huevos. Y esos güeyes quieren ser un dios en esta realidad. Y si no tienes gente viva, no puedes ser un dios en esta realidad. Sam Altman, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, todos ellos. Entonces piénsalo así. Lo de la inteligencia artificial ahorita es patrañas. Cuando sea oficial que todo va a empezar a irse a la mega mierda en cuanto al empleo, así, niveles de 1920, estás hablando cuando aprueben FSD de Tesla. Porque eso instantáneamente roba 12 millones de chambas en Estados Unidos. Así de rápido. Así de rápido. Y es por eso, también tienes que entender, en mi opinión, en qué invertir en estos momentos. No todo va a volver a subir. Estamos viendo como, güey, hay empresas, ya los fondos grandes, BlackRock y todos ellos, están comprando canales de YouTube. Tu youtuber favorito, que de repente empezó a cambiar su contenido, le están comprando su canal, carnal, y le están diciendo qué decir. Entonces se tiene que portar alineado al pedo. Cuando empiezas ya a ver eso, te estoy diciendo, todas las empresas grandes van a empezar a robarse todo para ellos consolidar todo. Lo están quebrando los restaurantes para que todos sean Taco Bell, ¿no? El ejemplo de siempre. Jeff Bezos quebrando pequeñas marcas. Están comprando marcas de todos lados ahorita que nadie está comprando para poder comprarlas baratas, consolidarlas y meterlas en otro tipo de outlets o desaparecerlas, lo que quieran. Pero está pasando efectivamente. Y esto es literalmente actividad de fin de ciclo que te dice, tienes que saber en qué invertir. Tienes que invertir en las empresas correctas, tío. No todo, no va a ser tirarle una acá y lo que haya funcionado en el pasado funciona. Se los digo como con BlackBerry, se los digo con PayPal, se los digo con Nike. Estas empresas viejas que no están listas para el nuevo futuro y no están ni siquiera compitiendo el día de hoy, como Lululemon también, no están listos para lo que sigue. ¿Ok? Entonces, si crees que nada más vas a poder ganar en este mercado tirándole a lo que sea en la bolsa, no. Pero si le metes a cosas donde el gobierno está gastando para que estas cosas suban, porque recuerda, el mito de la inteligencia artificial es que hay una burbuja y entre ellos se dan dinero. El gobierno está financiándolas todas estas empresas, porque la idea simplemente es poner todos estos centros de datos en Estados. ¿Por qué crees que Estados Unidos tiene como 5,000 centros de datos o 2,500 y China tiene como 500? La idea es que todos nuestros centros de datos sean utilizados por todo el mundo a través del dólar. En vez del dólar, el petrodólar, será el centro de datos dólar. ¿Ok? Esa es como la idea básicamente de lo que está pasando en este momento. Y si están haciendo eso, todo el mundo tiene que comprar dólar, dólar va para arriba, etcétera. Pero las empresas de inteligencia artificial lo que te están dando la idea de que están en una burbuja es para que no te metas y las has visto subir sin parar. ¿Ok? Entonces tienes que ser muy selectivo en todo lo que estás haciendo en cuanto se refiere a tus inversiones y no nada más vayas a caer en fundamentos. La empresa está haciendo esto. Si no te hubieras tragado toda la bajada de PayPal, tío. Absolutamente toda la bajada de PayPal. ¿No se acuerdan cómo les dijeron en X y se los enseñé aquí? Que les estaban enseñando cómo PayPal en noviembre del 2024 era una gran oportunidad porque nunca había estado tan bajo. Hoy está 25% abajo de eso. Si alguien te enseña una tabla y no tiene idea de cómo funciona también esto, cómo se va con las noticias, en mi opinión, vas a estar un poco perdido. No vas a poder ver esto. Y sobre todo, la gente que solamente ve las noticias y analiza. Aquí en Estados Unidos tenemos un gran Paco que se llama George Gammon, que analiza todo con sus tablas de TradingView, que va de Yahoo Finance. Cuando ves ese tipo de acciones, tío, corre, ese güey está prediciendo está prediciendo el mercado con noticias. Eso le hubiera hecho comprar a todo el mundo PayPal, le hubiera hecho comprar a todo el mundo BlackBerry, le hubiera hecho comprar a todo el mundo Lululemon. No quieres meterte en esos pedos. No quieres, personalmente, no lo creo. Así que, si ustedes tienen curiosidad para esto, yo voy a seguir compartiendo mi portafolio aquí con ustedes. Todavía no ha habido ningún movimiento. Estoy esperando a que Lucy llegue a los bajos 5, altos 4, a ver qué me da y ahí poner ya mi última posición y dejarlo en paz. ¿Por qué creo en esa empresa? Sencillo, porque el futuro de todo va en la automatización de coches eléctricos para que se manejen solos. Todas estas empresas que tengan una posibilidad de hacerlo, los van a hacer y para mí la opción con más fuerza para arriba va a ser esta. Y ahora, si no tienes tú mismo tus propias convicciones, mis estimados, y ustedes de verdad no creen en lo que están haciendo, que les prometo no van a creer en ello, solamente porque les estoy diciendo. Y todos me empiezan a mandar mensajes, que se va a quebrar, voy a perder mi... Nunca vas a poder lograr de lo que se trata esto. Todo eso pasó igualito con Rivian, todo eso pasó igualito con Tesla. Tal vez Tesla no iba a quebrar, pero sí estaban hablando de números muy estúpidos a la baja cuando compramos ese último fondo y también cuando compramos los 140 que llegó a los $100. Todas estas cosas se repiten. ¿Por qué? Porque están jugando en contra de tus emociones. Entonces, por más que yo te lo ponga acá y te diga qué es lo que está pasando, te vas a equivocar si no entiendes las bases de esto, ¿no? Entonces, si no crees en lo que estás haciendo, no vas a poder lograr cosas épicas en este mercado. Si estás más interesado en tradear, aquí tienes los análisis de el buen Alex y Farhan. Todo esto es nuestro Discord y es completamente gratis para ustedes. Está en la descripción de aquí abajo para que se puedan meter. Una vez más, completamente gratis. Aquí no hay nada que se cobra. Si alguno de nosotros te manda un mensaje, entre comillas, te van a robar todo tu dinero, brother. Es un estafador más grande que yo. Porque yo ya me desayuné en la mañana y ya pensé en mis estafas. Luego estoy a punto de acabar esta parte de la sesión y voy a pensar en más estafas. Luego voy a comer estafas para estafarte y en la noche voy a soñar con estafas para estafarte. Pero estos güeyes sí te van a robar tu dinero directamente. Yo solamente voy a hacer todo eso. Ellos sí te van a robar todo tu dinero. Entonces, si te mandamos un mensaje, no somos nosotros. Y no me escribas para preguntarme si soy yo. Te van a coger. Si eres tan tonto, pues ni modo. No hay nada que pueda hacer. Aquí tienes todos los análisis de Alex que te lleva mano a mano. Este güey está todo el día en las tablas, metido. Que si baja, que si sube tantito, está preparando el movimiento. Pero tienes que entender lo que está diciendo. Farhan también está por acá, donde les pone cuando momentum cambia. Son trades más grandes los que les gusta al buen Farhan. O también es un huevón, como lo quieras ver. También tenemos todos los settings de nuestros indicadores que usamos por acá, los que son gratis y también los que pagamos, como el HPDR, etcétera. Para los que preguntan mucho, güey, ese indicador de arcoíris cuesta $1,200, tíos. No es gratis. Si lo encuentras en TradingView, no es el que nosotros usamos, para que sepan. Y no estamos relacionados con el güey que lo vende, ni tenemos nada que ver. Entonces, ahí es tu pedo y velo. Tiene un curso completo para que lo veas, porque no creas que te puedo enseñar eso en una sesión, mi estimado. Y también tienes mis pendejadas. Ahora, si quieres entender lo que dice Alex y Farhan en sus abreviaciones, están aquí en Criptolingo, en esta sección de aquí abajo, para que no se lo pierdan. Y te lo pone en inglés y en español, ¿no? Te traduce todo lo que está intentando decir. El problema de esto es que hay mucha gente que por más que lea esto, todavía no entiende el lenguaje de cripto, todavía no entiende que es un retesteo bajista, no entiende que es un cambio de soporte a resistencia, que es una desviación, que es un HTF, un high time frame, ¿no? Temporalidades altas o cortas. Si no entiendes eso, lo mejor que puedes hacer es caer por acá a nuestro sitio web y aprender las bases, cabrón. Solamente las bases. Y es lo que nosotros creamos, un curso delicioso aquí en Productos que se llama De Cero a Trader. Con esto puedes aprender todas las bases. Literalmente lo más básico de todo va a estar acá. Y en eso vas a poder encontrar literalmente desde qué página necesitas usar para poder analizar la bolsa, qué tipo de plan comprar, qué es una tabla, qué es una vela, qué significa que sea roja, que sea verde, dónde abrió, dónde cerró. Las cosas más básicas del mundo en un curso de 1 hora 40. No lo veas solo una vez, velo varias veces. La gente que más ha aprendido, que yo veo en las clases, lo ha visto varias veces, vienen a nuestras clases y preguntan. Pero si tú estás empezando a aprender a invertir, yo no quiero que te vuelvas un trader. Quiero que puedas leer una tabla y que no sea de Yahoo Finance. Por favor. De verdad, en este puto mundo donde todo está complicándose mucho más, no dejes que las noticias te den una tabla básica. Ven y aprende esto. Cuesta $29. Te prometo no es para hacerme millonario. Te lo juro por mi vida, sobre todo si tengo que dividirlo con estos dos cabrones. Ganando $10 por curso, te prometo. Ay, güey, 1,000 güeyes lo compraron. Uy, $10,000. No es por faltarle el respeto a nadie, pero esto de verdad, en mi corazón creo que les va a funcionar. Y de aquí, para hacerlo todavía más barato, tenemos 3 sesiones en vivo a la semana de 4 horas donde estamos analizando tablas y estás viendo literalmente todo lo que usas en ese curso. De ahí, si tienes cualquier pregunta, tenemos este paquete de sesiones de trading en vivo y ahí es donde puedes venir cada 2 jueves. Este jueves no hay clases, el próximo sí. Y preguntar, güey, ¿sabes qué? Estaba viendo esto, pero no entiendo por qué estás haciendo esto en vez de esto. Ven y pregúntalo, pero asegúrate de ver todo, de venir a clases, poner atención en todo lo que es gratuito y preguntar preguntas puntuales. Porque si bien dices, me preguntas todo lo básico que sé que no has visto el curso, tío, te voy a mandar a ver el curso. Ahora, esto tiene el curso desglosado, ya lo voy a meter completo. Ayer le mandé a Bruno los videos para testear si la nueva, porque estamos metiendo ya las preguntas más frecuentes que nos hacen en clase, para ver si va a cuadrar todo con el nuevo sistema que estamos implementando, para que lo tengan ya para la próxima clase. Antes de ella, deberíamos de tener todos esos videos ya puestos en el sitio. Por si tienes las preguntas más tradicionales, no le hagamos perder el tiempo a la gente que quiere aprender algo que tal vez no están aprendiendo puntualmente fuera de ello, ¿no? Como, por ejemplo, ¿cuáles son las más preguntadas? ¿Qué es apalancamiento? ¿Cómo funciona? ¿Qué es BBWP? ¿Cómo lees volatilidad? ¿No? Las cosas que siempre repetimos todo el tiempo. ¿Cómo es que pones tus líneas memes y por qué? Las cosas más tontas, las cosas más repetidas, perdón. Las cosas que más se repiten. Ahora, también tenemos alertas de trading. Si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, no compres esto, por favor, te lo ruego. No es el Lead Cópiame los Huevos Academy, es el Lead Aprende a Tradear Academy, ¿no? Entonces, si no sabes lo que estás haciendo tal cual como las inversiones, no vas a tener convicción en esto y te van a sacar. Porque aún así, estamos hablando aquí, estamos en clase, estamos dándoles, güey, aquí hay un corto claro donde tienes la mayor oportunidad y aquí tienes 4 diferentes maneras de invalidarlo. Y solamente porque alguien dijo, cambió momentum alcista, todo el mundo se salió y perdió en el trade. No perdió, pero se salieron y no ganaron. Error, porque no tienes convicción en lo que estás haciendo. Y esto, si no sabes lo que estás haciendo y no tienes convicciones, vas a perder tu dinero. No lo hagas, no lo hagas, no quiero escuchar. Ya estoy huevón para ello. Ahora, si ya eres más avanzado, métete en tutos aquí y quieres usar los exchanges de futuros, que es los exchanges que usas para abrir un corto, para abrir un long. Tenemos acá el de Bitunix, tenemos acá el de Blofin. Métete, el de Bitunix es el más actualizado, pero también vamos a actualizar el de Blofin ahora. Y este es un video, esto es gratis, lo de tutos, de 11 minutos para que puedas aprender a usar un exchange de futuros, súper fácil, de cómo mandar dinero a esa cuenta, una vez que abras tu cuenta, cómo abrir tu cuenta y cómo empezar a encontrar futuros de Bitcoin, futuros de Solana, de todo esto. Bitunix se enfoca más en todo lo que son los criptos exclusivamente. Blofin tiene todos los criptos y también tiene acciones tokenizadas. Entonces, importante. Entonces, quieres hacerle un corto a Tesla y la verga, lo tienes en Blofin. Y acá en un video de 11 minutos aprendes cómo hacerlo y tienes aquí el enlace abajo. Usen el de Bitunix. Estamos a punto de cerrar algo muy, 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 muy interesante y abran su primer trade. De corazón se los recomiendo. En cuanto nos den la luz verde para anunciarlo, van a entender por qué les dije eso de una vez. ¿Ok? Y ahora, solamente si sabes lo que estás haciendo. Si no, ni te metas. Me da igual. No me interesa. Solamente si ya estás tradeando. Pero luego digan que bajo advertencia no hay engaño. Y con eso, vámonos a ver qué exactamente tenemos en las tablas. Aquí tengo a Alex y a Farhan a darle con absolutamente todo. Good morning, boys. How are you?
Buenos dias, cabrones.
Buenos dias, motherfucker.
I have so many scars on my hands right now from this little monster.
That's what you get for playing with pussy all day.
Oh, yeah. Your love scars.
Yeah, I know how that goes.
Me, I'm just picking up maybe 20 poop piles a day while also getting love scars. Bit enough.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, exactly. Puppy bites and puppy shits, and puppy eats your shoes. Is she eating your shoes?
Oh yeah, she was just trying to chew at the door, and that doesn't really help when I'm trying to move out. So I
Oh yeah,
keep her very.
dude.
Yeah,
Our French used to eat the wool. The
oh,
wool.
that's crazy. Yeah, that's insane.
Like there would be holes in the fucking wall. Like, how did you even begin to do that? But she was able to do it. Crazy.
People like to eat my shoes. None of these other cats, but people love to eat my shoes.
Yeah.
Not anyone
Oh,
else's,
really?
only mine. Never eat Alex's shoes, only mine.
What have you done to him? That's probably why. All right, let's get started. Alex, what's going on with the Bitcoin? What are we doing? Fucking so boring in the past few days, huh?
Yeah, and I won't miss this internet in Cancun. This whole thing just disconnected. But you guys can see me and hear me now.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, things are, in my opinion, cooking up. And this is often the kind of characteristics you'll get with a lower low break. It's just been 3, 4, 5 days of just down only here. To me, this is just honestly price action that is just really screaming out. We want to really grind a lower high out on a daily. What's kind of been happening? Let's backtrack here. We've made that nice bottom here at 60,000 back in February. At this point, majority were becoming bullish, and understand that we're basically, it's like the equivalent of us being kind of in late January, where we had the deviation play. We have the deviation play. Okay, we have the major moving average. This was the 100. This is the SMA 200. And notice here, we are basically now at the daily EMA 100. So we are very similar to late January's price action. Did we massively dump in late January? No. We did just kind of consolidate a little bit. If you view here, January 8th, 17th, all the way up to that January 30th, or 29th to be exact, we did kind of just do nothing. We had a nice move down. Many were bullish at this point, and all it took was just a few lower highs to be grinded out on the daily. It took a few days for us to capitulate bearish price action, and most importantly, getting into a breakdown here. The breakdown gave us that bearish retest, and this is what capitulated price action. Hindsight trade, this was just like, wow, this was really obvious, honestly. Rallied up to the 34, gave you price divergence, right? Just lower high visual, while also being in a breakdown here. Here was your lower low break, hit support at 86,000, predictably bounced, and then look at that major move down. If you measure from wick high to wick low up to that point, we went down 12 point. I'll measure it from there, 12.25%. But you measure it from the bearish retest, we actually went down, let me see, 33%. So you can see that, if you're feeling like you've missed something here, or even Bitcoin is boring now, there is something, in my opinion, majorly brewing in the background of Bitcoin, which is potentially going to start firing off maybe late May, early June. I'm looking at these dates, but right, it was late January, early February is when we started to move down hard. So I have to still be watching what I know, and so we do still have that deviation, rejection off daily SMA 200. Isn't it beautiful that we can look at one moving average on a daily too? That's very gracious of Bitcoin, and be able to identify, are we bullish or bearish? And really be able to understand and easily catch a 7.3% drop just solely based on a daily SMA 200. Now, and that's just like the beautiful part of firstly being in a macro downtrend, is the characteristics of a macro downtrend are daily SMA 200 isn't just going to slice through like butter and get the reclaim. It was pretty shocking to me. There even some analysis I follow just on my own time getting very bullish right here. And to me, it made no sense because we know the criteria to become bullish. We know every single time Bitcoin gets back above daily SMA 200 and holds it, we always make a busting Glock 3000 bull move every single time. But we also know that every time we're below it, we really are very bearish. And the fact that if you really view the daily SMA 200 back in November, you were holding it as massive support here. You were at very minimum getting chopped. And this is important. While also, if you notice, how was that day bulls on October 10th? Yeah, they really shudder at that day. They don't like that day. That was a bad day for bulls. That's when Bitcoin went all the way down 14% in one day. And now that we're here, let's not forget about that. Like, that could easily happen again. Really, honestly, there's actually more of an environment that this is more likely than it was in this environment here. What do I mean by that? Well, you were producing a brand new higher high break. The issue is sentiment, right? Eric Trump said Q3 is bullish. We had everyone at the events that we were at the time talk about that. Longing. No one was bearish. And if you were bearish, you were playing this high. I remember it. I was. It ever so slightly took us out. We got the deviation play. We posted more shorts. And this is when basically everyone was spitting at our face. So it was more sentiment here, in my opinion, is what got us down 14% in one day. We didn't have like macro volatility on like a monthly firing off. This really could happen again. I hope everyone is aware. But my point is, on a 14% drop in one day, daily SMA 200 caught us, actually. And that still would have been able to help you identify a proper long. You would have been able to catch an 8.9% mean reversion and at least identify somewhat of chop. Not very helpful here. But really, once you lost daily SMA 200, and again, this is a good visual. Notice here, when we started to chop daily SMA 200, like lose it, reclaim it, lose it, reclaim it, move up, lose it, reclaim it, because it's engineered for, in this time, for you just to say, whatever, screw this, it's not important. But it is, in my opinion, one of the most important moving averages that we do have available to us for free. It's pretty beautiful, actually. And you do notice that we absolutely capitulated on losing at, like, we went down to 3.6% in one day, leading to another 4.79%. Measure the full length of that move. That was about a 10.5% move, just simply off that daily SMA 200. And you will notice we didn't stop. So getting the entire rally back up to that zone was just, in my opinion, the easy trade. And this is why you can even go back on stream when we talked about this being the highest financial opportunity zone in this entire bear market. That was simply just based on the fact that you haven't retested daily SMA 200. And the fact that you have now tested it means that we're good to go down. We relate back to just the last bear market. You can see that price made a very nice lower low here in January. Interesting. We then started to move up in 2022, February, March, April. Once April hit, so it took months of a mean reversion bounce. Mind you, this was also a bigger mean reversion. We went up 45% on this current rally. It was, slightly over 30%. And let me double check that because it's going to bother me. I'll just wick low to wick high real fast. Okay, so like 36, 37%. But still, 2022 is greater. You are going to notice here, on a 45%, basically 46%, majority became massively bullish here. You are going to notice what kept you in check was daily SMA 200. And this is what basically guided us on our shorts when we rallied up into, just last week, essentially. We understand that once price actually firstly took the highs out, went up, even broke that $45,000 mark, but daily SMA 200 didn't hold. This is actually what gave us the next leg down very fast. You are going to notice price essentially got massively weak here. So in theory, technically speaking, you should actually start seeing Bitcoin give you this kind of price action. We are the equivalent of just right here, in my opinion. So we're just getting that lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high before we get the next breakdown. And what we've seen so far is just a range play but we're very close to a massive breakdown. And when I get to the higher time frames, you'll see exactly why. But the daily is still telling a very interesting story here. And even to the upside as well. This is why, to me, that was my criteria. You're going to notice that even in 2022, you got the monthly bullish. You had the weekly bullish, the bi-weekly bullish. We'll go to that. Look at you have here. I hate when it doesn't take me to where I want. Right here, you had the monthly actually bullish. You even got back above the monthly EMA 9. That was a big, big thing here. We had lost it, capitulated, rallied up to it, reclaimed it. And then that was just a trap. And you can actually see, like, this was a very predatory price action for bulls. Because you could have, as a bull, said, no, we reclaimed 45,200. We're holding above the monthly 9. And we even here got back above the monthly 5. I'm going to at least long the throwback. So it let you have a red trade if you longed anywhere up here. And then you can just see this candle just trapped a lot of bulls. This gave you a 17% red candle in red dildo, actually, proper terminology in 1 month. So that wouldn't have helped if you were viewing the monthly, right? I'm curious to see what HPDR was right in that zone. Oh, okay. So that was, the HPDR would have helped you here. It would have at least shown you still were in a monthly breakdown. Interesting, huh? Okay. Well, we are still in a monthly breakdown here, technically, too. That is just a side point, I will say. While also here getting a volatility setup. The difference between this one is it's the biggest volatility setup we've ever had here. Okay, so that's just straight off the monthly, and HPDR would have helped, but moving averages here would have, and meme lines would have actually gotten you a little trapped here if you were a bull looking only at the monthly. Bi-weekly as well. Look at that. You got into, I believe, a bi-weekly buy trigger. Yeah. You can see that you got into actually a bi-weekly buy trigger here in this region, but then getting back within the moving average ranges would have been your key to, then yeah, we're about to move down. You can see here. Yeah, bi-weekly also didn't really break back within the blue zone, just like monthly. So here we are back within the blue zone, but we are under the median. So interesting to see that. Why am I even mentioning all of these higher time frames? Because I want this perspective to really just kind of hold on the higher time frames, like the weeklies. Like we did see the pivots shift bullish, but that doesn't necessarily just mean we're going to move up. These also got back above the weekly median. Weekly buy trigger seemed to me like Bitcoin was good to lift up to around that 50,000 zone. And then it just didn't. And what would have helped you here, and this is why in this bear market, we're going to keep watching these levels. It wasn't the weekly, it wasn't the monthly, the bi-weekly, it wasn't the monthly HPDR, it was nothing more than just a daily SMA 200. And again, this is a free indicator. And it's in my brain, daily SMA 200 is just simply a bull market indicator. That's just like the most important one out of all the moving averages. And when you are above it, you are brewing a bull market, essentially. You get uptrends forming above daily SMA 200. So to me, when we've rallied and rejected off that zone, we need to be watching now very carefully where we're currently at. To me, there's really nothing but air once you actually lose $76,000. Now, you already are seeing a lot of people talk about Bitcoin bearish, Bitcoin bullish, grinding a bottom out here. You could easily get a little trap scenario for longs. This doesn't really make sense, but they'll run with anything here. And for me, we know a few things at this current spot. Don't know what that was. Just come here. Well, we have rallied up. Yesterday, we did lose daily EMA 100. Now, I'm being a little more cautious here just simply because I want the easy trade. And it's exactly what I mentioned last stream. We lose daily EMA 100 while losing 76,000. It's going to just pretty much be a very easy trigger to look for the move back down to 72.8 and essentially all the way down to 69,000. Now we know daily is in a downtrend, and you've just been consistently making lows. So this move up isn't going to change anything at all. And let's even see if we have a silver cross on the 12-hour, no, or daily. No, but we have the 9 and 21 crossing. Let's check the 12-hour real fast. And so you do see, though, we are brewing a 12-hour silver cross to the downside. Even if price rallies all the way up to 78,500, that means nothing, literally nothing. That would just be, in my opinion, setting us up for a silver cross to the downside. Now we do see here that we are pressing the 12-hour EMA 9. So should you be longing here? Is lower time frame saying this is the spot to be longing? No, this is not the easy spot to be longing. You're going to identify you didn't even take out this wick high. So there is a little bit of weakness already here. And if Bitcoin wants to, it will capitulate here. You are just holding 76,000. And notice that we've been talking about 76,000, well, since early May. It is funny how even if you just, let's say, watch stream and long the mean reversion on 76, you still would have printed a 2% on that move. And that's why it's very important in these environments that we're currently at to watch the current levels, because now we're going to be entering, in my opinion, potentially into a very easy market. We already have the framework here. We already know kind of how price action likes to interact once it, rejects $76,000 here. So all that we're missing now is price to just break down, get us this range. And this was a pretty easy, ETA was able to nail every single major lower high until we got the TP at 65K here. This was very easy to short. We also notice this is a massive range down. This is about a 14% range. There's money in that. So what we're currently doing, in my opinion now, is just grinding a daily lower high. This isn't the spot to be bullish. You should be actually watching for a move up, possibly testing the daily EMA 9. Look at here, price reclaimed it. It lost it. So technically speaking, this is in daily bearish posturing still. Meaning, again, it's like what I said on the 12-hour. We can go all the way up to 78.6 and still reject that zone. So I'd be very cautious if you're, bullish on Bitcoin. You're gonna need to start seeing the weekly close before you can even maybe think about longing here. Why am I mentioning that? Because the weekly closes here, you can play the idea that the weekly 9 is holding, but it's still way too early to be talking about that. That's why for me, longing here doesn't make sense. You should still be looking for weakness in this zone. But again, we don't really like to really short lower lows. Now that Bitcoin's 2% off the low, this would be a good case to be making some kind of lower high. Oh, and look at that. Daily HBDR still says we are in breakdown mode. We are between a moving average range currently. That could be the 34 on the daily and the 100, assuming you get back above the 100 today. Until then, you've just retested the resistance. If bears want to flex here, they will simply flip this daily red. Confirmation of a breakdown. This is all you really need to know. If you want just an easy trigger, is lose 76,000. Even on like a 4-hour will be good enough for me. You start losing 76,000, taking out these lows on a 4-hour, very high statistical chance you're just going to get follow through down. And this follow through down was very fast, very aggressive. And we also know that if we do break down, this would be the bottom side of the channel. Now, visually, it's worked out very well, this meme channel. And you will notice that the lows have been holding. But now the difference is you have retested daily SMA 200 up here. So you are technically the most bearish you've ever been, since February, March, April, and May. And it's like what Alejandro was mentioning. He did find out that, maybe we are just 1 month, I believe you mentioned 1 month ahead this cycle than 2022.
It feels like it because of the dollar.
Where we were rejected.
It's not really 1 month ahead. it should be around June when the dollar follows oil. That's when it should start.
See, and
on
that's
average.
interesting because I noticed here January was the low. February was the low here. So Bitcoin is kind of giving you confluence of that idea on just a very simple perspective, where then even the high was in March, or essentially April, call it April, because it was in April 1st. And here we have it in May. So that's very interesting to me. And it also says that the next major leg down was in May. So then the next major leg down potentially, just again, very simple perspective, could just be in June, which is actually what we've talked about. When you hear Farn's analysis too, there's a lot of like weekly bearish divergences on Bitcoin, while also sprinkling in like a monthly BBWP about to confirm for the first time on the index going into June. So it is interesting to kind of see that, because Bitcoin is at least giving you confluence of that idea. And when I was even looking at it here, that actually idea you mentioned came back to my mind, because it just seems interesting where we're currently at versus where we were in 2022.
This would be more like the May 2018.
Check that out. Ah. So you did even rally up to that daily SMA 200 then too. May, got it early May. And then after that, yeah, just the whole way down until late June, you went down. Now here it's interesting because you actually didn't get the retest officially. On some exchanges, even on Bitcoin, it doesn't show a retest. On mine it does, but you didn't get the retest here. And this just shows kind of the nature of how weak this was in 2018. Let me just circle that. I won't go here. Let's just look real carefully. I think it did get to reconnect on that one leg down.
On mine, it did not.
No, it did not. So yeah, you are correct on that. Technically, it is more kind of like that 2018 environment, where this is a good perspective that did help us 2022, but you did get the reconnect here. So we technically reject right now, which we are, without testing this SMA 200, which we didn't. We are technically more weaker than a lot are expecting, and that does make sense then to be looking at 2018. You did rally up, you couldn't fully reject it. Let's kind of measure that move down. Wick high to wick low, 42% essentially. You did top in May. And then it's interesting because then the next major move up again was right to the SMA 200 after that lower low, and it didn't even retest it again. From that full length of SMA 200 here down, let's just measure it. I'll give you a almost 69% drop. Let's measure that just out of curiosity. I'm just curious to see what the 69%, 68% drop from here. Yeah, interesting. So that would take you to 26,500 on Bitcoin. Now, if it's not in one go, I mean, you were able to get a lower low of 30%, 40%, actually 42%, and then it gave you another lower high. But the total length was a 68% move, and that equates to about a 26,500 Bitcoin. So again, that's why maybe, not investing here is maybe wise, not jumping on the Grant Cardone train here. You need confirmation of strength, in my opinion. Well, you don't have that. And we can talk about 2022, 2018. Regardless, those are bear markets, and Bitcoin looks very weak here. Now, again, what we've been doing is rejecting these channels, getting within it again. Remember, this helped me before. We talked about the false breakout, the fallback in, the retest, and the breakdown. That is what we talked about when we reclaimed daily EMA 100 at 76,000. We said more likely a false breakout here. That's just kind of the flavor of Bitcoin. That'll get you to the SMA 200, but you should fall back within and then move down. Notice here you fell back in. Bitcoin very sneakily, massively pumped up. I remember the clown emojis were off the rails. This is like Bitcoin went up 4% in one day. But again, this meant nothing. And this just gave you exactly what we were expecting on the academy, which was a lower high. So therefore, this high never was taken. Our stops were safe, and we proceed to move down now. If you lose 76,000 on Bitcoin, do expect to move back to low 72s, where then you're at the range lows of the channel. What I've just shown here, the range lows meant a move down, a breakdown, and staying under it while also staying within a sell trigger on the daily gave you the next leg down. So we're going to be looking for something like this at ETA. If we get the breakdown, price divergence, this will be an easy trigger to short. And that'll come somewhere around here. Until then, I am watching for 76,000 to take us there. And if that does become lost, that's when I'm going to start scaling shorts, or if daily EMA 100 continues to be lost for 2 to 3 days. That's when then I have to logically start being aggressive on my shorts, because that's when my aggressive short rule activates. We are slowly but surely brewing a move that we had in January. And the crypto markets are looking very similar to what they were back in January. And remember, that's when we had the "we're so back" rally to the "oh my gosh, I can't believe Mr. Trump and my government did this to me" dump, essentially. So we're very close to that again. And right, you don't need to take my word. We can just look at Solana very fast. Solana in January rejected its EMA 100. Well, we are rejecting our EMA 100 on Solana. We did talk about this exact setup. All you need here is just a deviation of the 100. And notice how we almost rejected 100 flat. It's interesting, very weak. And then from that point, you've gone down to almost 11%.
Also,
Now,
what point do
Solana-
you consider like the altcoins being in a really shit market? Solana topped 2 years and 4 months ago.
Yeah. And that's just well, that's also insane to also mention, because, well, it doesn't seem that long ago, but yeah, damn, honestly.
Like,
But
it's like
that's
if
just
Bitcoin remained on a bear market, not making another high this October of 2027, and then continue to go down till December of 2027. So for anyone to have an idea of how that would feel.
Yeah. And that's insane. And that just plays into the idea that these altcoins are just more weaker than we've kind of experienced before. Very weak. I mean, let's just look at it like this. Bitcoin at 77,500, and we have Solana at $85. That's terrible. So we need to be watching very carefully, because something like Solana currently right now is telling me this is in breakdown mode, and this is looking for a move back to 76. And if you lose that, you're going to move to 58. But this isn't a breakdown currently. This is in breakdown posturing. And so, does that have implications for Bitcoin today? Is daily EMA 100 going to reject today? And this is going to actually be a pretty brutal day where we're going to leave one of those nasty wicks. I have no idea, but all I can say is Solana under the 85, and this is why it's a red line. The 85.30 is a massively bearish zone for crypto. And if we don't reclaim that, I do believe this is just going to give us confluence. Really, the next leg down is brewing on crypto. So Bitcoin again, maybe we are a little green today, but Solana is telling a whole different story. We should be really watching that, because even on the move up, it was telling the story that we're most likely going to move up. I remember, Alejandro, you talked about that. That was very accurate, and that was the right call. We were moving up, and even getting back up daily EMA 100 literally gave you a very easy day retest and a move up of 4%. But now we're not in that environment anymore. We're now in the chop zone. And look at how many times Solana tried to chop us out of here. Why do you think? Because when the real move does come, it's probably going to be just something like this. Very fast, very easy, rejecting, but because it's been chopping so much, we're probably not going to take it. Right? Most won't. We will, of course, we will absolutely take that. So watch that very carefully, because Solana is telling a story as well in confluence with Bitcoin. And that story is weakness. Now, if we start going to the higher timeframes on Bitcoin, it is interesting because in June, it looks like to me we're about to confirm a volatility setup. Now, this does have a massively high hit rate of like 100%, I believe. Fine, correct me if I'm wrong. Of whichever the pivot is, in correlation to where BBWP confirms the setup above 15%, you will get about a 40% move, 40 to 45% move down. Now, to me, that's interesting because the pivot is still down on Bitcoin, but most importantly, we already confirmed this volatility setup on CME to the downside for multiple months now. All throughout these moves up the last few months, CME still has held bearish posturing on the volatility setup. The only thing that needs catch up now is, well, the index. This still was a very good thing for us because on CME, we did kind of realize that, a lot of these setups were first firing off on CME or even on Tether, and then the index will follow. But most importantly, the monthly volatility setup firing off in June could mean that we are going to get some kind of major leg down here soon. Now, if we do end up getting back under this monthly 34, which is currently at 75,000, my apologies, 75K here, then this will start giving us a setup of about 37% down. We will start talking about $49,000 on Bitcoin once again, and everything that we've been talking about will just stand, and we'll be very prepared here. So understand that really 76 to 75K on Bitcoin is your big line in the sand as a bull. Once you get back under, call it 75K going into June, you're absolutely cooked. Most likely Bitcoin will just rally right up to the 34 and most likely will just give us a bearish retest to rejection. Because this did reclaim. This month, if we lose it, it's lost, and that constitutes some kind of bearish retest. So let's just keep that in the back of our mind going into June. We flip this monthly red, lose 75K, and start moving down to 72.8. We know Bitcoin could easily rally up to the 76, 75,000, and that could be the easy opportunity into June. Believe it or not, really, it could. We do something like this, close, go into June, rally back up aggressively. I guarantee many will get bullish again. It's like a 3 to 4, 5% move up. And that should be what capitulates price. Let's kind of see here. And that kind of makes sense. You're like in a monthly breakdown. People play the meme line. That's not going to work. So we'll play here, the moving average, while just rejecting this wick area. Could even draw like another one here if you wanted, right? And draw that out. I'm not going to do it, but you could. That would actually make a lot of sense. So we're going to be watching that carefully. And then remember, right, we'd expect that into next month, we do find some massive bearish actually environment on Bitcoin because that is going to correlate to a quarterly close. It's interesting. You are slowly seeing Bitcoin kind of flip here as well in the lower time frames. The quarterly 9 did get lost. We did rally up to it. Now what bears one is quarterly to flip red. It would be beautiful if this could start in June. So once we have one more month in this quarterly, we do get massive volatility. You do notice once you take out last quarterly low, you're going to get a move down to $48,000 on Bitcoin. Let's go to the daily really fast and kind of see what's occurring here on Bitcoin. Now you are noticing daily EMA 100's lost. We went to resistance. And so again, it's like what I mentioned, bears want, they could start rejecting this. You lose 76,000 will be your easy trigger. So it will be funny if this ends up rejecting and putting in one of those candles, meaning you were just massively green. Everyone feels bullish and it just flips red very fast. Tether dominance will be a good indication of kind of what's going to occur today. We'll kind of see here. Now look at the quarter, the 6 month. The 6 month's interesting because you are about to lose the 6 month EMA 5. I do think that's interesting because you've been holding that this entire bull market. No reason now to get too bullish. If you start losing that that could just be another case on why we're going to move back down, at least to the lows. You could easily just reject the 6-month 5 and move down to the 6-month 9. Notice the 6-month 21 is at $43,000, and you've been forming your macro bottoms near the 6-month 21. So that would be the equivalent of Bitcoin somewhat finding a bottom near $43,000. Now, if we lose that, notice the 6-month 34 is populating. That's at 20K. That would be right into the SMA 200. We dump 68%. That takes us down to the $23,000 mark kind of setup. Yeah. So it's just very interesting to see that no matter how you interpret Bitcoin, it's weak and it looks bad. And to me, it's really looking like we are on the verge of a breakdown. And like what I've been mentioning here, nothing really has changed for Bitcoin bulls. Get back above a daily SMA 200. That's when we can start really talking about some juicy setups to the upside. But until then, we need to be watching very carefully a major rejection here across the board, starting with Solana. Because again, Solana is just in a massive breakdown zone. And actually, I'm seeing a pretty easy short here on Solana for ETA. So I'm going to most likely post some setups today. If you are in the academy, watch your trading alerts because I am seeing some actually very easy setups. And once Solana starts moving down from here, it's not going to stop. Like it's just, even in this chop, it has given us some pretty aggressive moves once $85 is lost. And what happened? I thought we were in a Solana bull market. It looks like we're just in a deviation, quick retest, and then a breakdown. Still 101 is the level on Sol. And again, why am I even mentioning Solana on a Bitcoin analysis? Because Solana has been kind of front running Bitcoin. And this is still saying we have about an 8% move down. So we'll watch that very carefully. I'll be posting some trades here very soon. We'll go to Tether dominant now because maybe it's telling a story. Okay. So we got the reclaim. We got the retest of the daily 5. Technically speaking, the high could be in on Bitcoin viewing this. And why would I be saying that? Well, we're actually going to be massively bullish on Tether dominance. You would be expecting a daily EMA 5 to hold. Now, that has lined up perfectly with our low, essentially. Okay, let me get that back here. So if really, and also we know that the high also was right at the daily 34 on Bitcoin. And we also know that this is still in lower high posturing, meaning you didn't take out the previous wick high here. So this actually gave shorts a pretty easy short trade, which was just simply one of these. So you would have already been up half a point, something like this. Because if you probably take this high out, you're probably going to break out to the 78s. So interesting perspective when we know that Tether dominance currently right now is trying to get an SR. We did get the breakout. We are getting the retest. On lower time frames, it will look a little better. Right? We just now need to see the spring up, get back above 7.49%. But you notice even here, well, isn't this deviating, Alex? Well, technically, yes, but you are still in a 12-hour buy trigger. So that's why now the trigger will be, we got to get back above 7.49%. Once you do, this is a bottom. This is a higher low. And this will also mean the next step is the leg up to the 12-hour SMA 200. Or just about a 2.48% move. And look at the daily. I mean, this is just brewing, essentially taking April's high out, April 29th high out, will mean that this is going to break out. And your next target, if you get back above 7.49%, is right at 7.829%. And understand the daily did reclaim it. Where the 12-hour deviated it, you can notice it's a little predatory today, right? Markets are a little predatory. but this is still technically holding above the daily 5. And we still have a daily volatility setup. So technically, we should still see expansion to the upside. Look at that. That's brewing a daily breakout at this current point, meaning we haven't, well, yeah, you've been in daily breakout here. Let's see how much that's taken us up so far, like 2.6%. So this daily breakout could absolutely take us up another 2.6%. And again, that lines up very nicely with our 12-hour SMA 200, which was the last big rejection zone on Tether dominance. You made a nice move up. You even got a little breakout here, took you to the 12-hour SMA 200 where that rejected. So we'd like to see that get reclaimed on a 12-hour. I don't like looking at SMA 200s on anything than like a 12-hour in this environment and like a daily. Anything lower, absolutely not. But this is still a good indication to me that we still can move up. This is still bullish. It's still brewing a breakout. And that still means that Bitcoin is somewhat brewing a breakdown in this region. So something to just watch, especially if you're longing today. It's not actually looking quite good. Now, aggressive bulls on Bitcoin will look at this and say, we're going to break down on Tether dominance. Shorts are saying, no, this was a deviation. And you're just holding. Now, what you're going to notice is into late May, early June, you're going to get a move here. So maybe not this week, but next week. If you reclaim the weekly EMA 9, right? Weekly EMA 9 right here at 7.45%, this will instantly flip this in bullish posturing. And this will be a nice price structure shift, in my opinion. Now, if you start losing your weekly 5, you are back in bearish posturing. And this is going to result into a major move down, at minimum testing weekly 21, where that could result into a bullish move. But still, that would mean you have to go down 3%. So what can you gather from Tether dominance? Well, it's telling a story. We're very close to a move. Got to get back with 7.49%. This week's going to be kind of like a decision week. Does it close doji or do we close in breakdown? You either reclaim weekly 9, you're bullish, or you lose weekly 5, you're bearish. I like this perspective. I'm just going to keep watching that very easily because I know if we lose weekly 5, you're in breakdown. More greater chance that this weekly volatility setup fires off to the downside. And at minimum, we can move down 3.3%, retest the weekly 21, maybe get price divergence, and then move up again. I can just extend this out. Put this here. See, you can make an argument, right? That would still be okay. It just would mean that we're going to get some chop on Bitcoin. And so that would correlate to then maybe, yeah, we're going to fill out some of this red dildo. Maybe even move up again to 82,000. We did get a weekly deviation here. If it did retest again, it would be okay. Just again would be a little fucky. Like that would be a little fucky in my opinion. Be a little like, I don't know about that. And then we're just going to take it. Do we actually get the daily SMA 200 retest? Again, that's just anytime we've been moving up, anytime. We just go back to our daily and we look at SMA 200. And if we're rallying back up to it, okay, good. But we got to get a reclaim. And that's what we'll just keep looking at. If Bitcoin ends up doing this kind of crazy thing, which in my opinion is we're still not sure what it's going to do until we actually get kind of like a weekly close. I think a weekly will be actually very welcoming for traders across the board because we'll always get some data here. But at least we have an easy perspective. Weekly 5 reclaim, weekly 9 reclaim, bullish. Weekly 5 loss, bearish. Very simple. So we'll be watching that carefully. Late May, it seems like we're going to get a volatility move here. We could into early June see this actually fire off. That's going to be very important for us because June seems like we're going to get massive volatility. Remember, monthly higher low is still grinding out. We are still holding the 6.96%. This is the first time we've ever held this zone on a throwback. And so I do think that this is the most bullish we've ever looked, just per bi-monthly, monthly, and even bi-weekly. So whereas like the 12-hour daily, okay, it could get a little fucky. We still know, though, The higher time frames, which have been guiding us, are still higher lowing, higher low posturing after a higher high break, and you are still holding above a bi-monthly 5. So technically, this is gearing up for a major move. And notice this closes in 1 month, 11 days. Into June, this absolutely could flip massively green, and you could make an easy move up to the median. That's at 8.42%, or just basically about a 13% move down on Bitcoin, 13% move up. My apologies on Tether dominance. So it's looking very good. Very, very, very good. I'd prefer if we could just actually go into June. It seems like we're going to get a pretty easy market into June, actually. Where this market's been just, in my opinion, putting in structure for bears. When you put in structure for bears or bulls, it's often not, the most entertaining market. It's often boring and slow. It's kind of like watching paint dry, right? Like lower low breaks are great. That's fun because you're just making the money if you're shorting, right? But the lower highs are kind of gruesome. They're just kind of like aggressive shorts are getting taken out. You're just kind of waiting now. But if this does end up resulting into a massive lower high, then we're going to be entering into June into that fun lower low environment where we're just basically moving down until you break the low. That's at 60,400. So no matter how you look at it, even if Bitcoin dumps and keeps moving down, you still have like 15% left to go. But really, technically, you do have still like 22% till a lower low break. So you have a lot of opportunity on Bitcoin if we start really moving down. It's just more a matter of watching the right places and being patient. But we should, into June, late May, see a massive move here. And I am looking at this channel to kind of hold our ideas. Once you break 72,800, you are just going to be bringing a move back down to 69,000. At that point, we most likely will just end up capitulating down. So really keep watching everything that you know, because it is slowly shifting in favor of bears. And what I mean by that is like simply the daily now is now in a downtrend. So we'll just be patient with the lower high. Now, Bitcoin dominance, well, just still looks like what we've talked about, looks more likely to give you that move to 59.69% for the culture. And that should just be your big decision point. If it holds this spot, that's bullish, and it will result to a breakout towards 61%, 61.8% to be accurate. And if it doesn't hold, that's going to be your sign that this has topped. Now, again, you're seeing Bitcoin dominance move down with Bitcoin. So if this has topped, that has implications that Bitcoin has topped, and we're about to see a major move down on Bitcoin dominance. We've been watching the weekly since October, and the weekly volatility is still giving you the biggest setup you've ever had here. It is firing off, but you haven't gotten the throwback yet. You are in the process of that. Really, I'd like to see this weekly 34 get tested. That's been rejecting us this entire time. If we can flip that into support, you'll get confluence on the monthly that 59.69% holding, and we are going to break out. But again, I can't become too bullish. I know the HBDR is still in breakout, but you haven't even retested the 38.2% yet. So confluence of a move down minimum to the weekly 9. But here, I'd really just like to see a swift move down and get a retest. And then depending on if this holds or not will be the big decision for Bitcoin dominance. Because we've seen once you actually lose 59.69%, you do aggressively drop on Bitcoin dominance. So that could just be an easy place to be watching. And we should see some kind of retest still. And we've been talking about that for the last, since 3 weeks ago. Since we made this high, we've been talking about that. So we are just patiently still waiting. And if this could come into June, early June, that would be perfect. But still playing what we know. Only if you get back above 61.4%, getting back above November 3rd, 2025's wick high is when you can become bullish on Bitcoin dominance. Like this. This is when you can negate the throwback. The 5 held, you reclaimed a previous wick high, you most likely are going to continue up. But until this occurs, you can't be bullish, and you have to be kind of cautious of this rejecting. Once actually weekly volatility flips back in favor of bears, this could fire off very aggressively to the downside. So we have our criteria: either get back above November 3rd's wick high, and or just patiently wait for the move to 59.69%. So in summary, Bitcoin to me is still looking very weak. Looks like you're grinding out some kind of lower high here. And even if Bitcoin moves all the way up to 78,600, that is just gearing up for a 12-hour silver cross. You even have daily EMA 9 and 21 crossing. And you even have the 12-hour 34, which did get lost, not tested, sitting at 78,500. So you absolutely can rally up a little bit here, but that most likely results into a lower high and just more bulls trapped. We want to be watching very carefully these regions. And really, once Bitcoin loses $76,000, is going to be when we are going to aggressively short Bitcoin, because we're now successfully under daily EMA 100, but also we're under the extremity high resistance, which was flipped into support, possibly flip back into resistance. That will result into a move all the way back down to $69,000. Bitcoin looks massively weak here. And even if it rallies back up to 78,600, this still would look like a bearish pattern to me, like a reversal, possibly just head and shoulders. So you want to be watching very carefully 78,600. That's kind of my next big spot. Get back above 78,600, you will move up towards the 80K again, where then maybe we will enter into a 2022 environment and actually get the retest. Until then, like Alejandro mentioned, we are actually brewing kind of more a May 2018 style environment, where that just resulted into a very near retest of SMA 200 on daily to a rejection, leading to a 69% drop upon this rejection. And that is the equivalent of Bitcoin coming all the way down basically to the low 20s, which is interesting because that kind of lines up with the quarterly, no, my apologies, 6-month EMA 34 populating here at 21,000. So no matter how you look at it, watch 76,000. Bulls and bears need a decision here. And if we're going to get a bullish breakout, then great. Let's at minimum get back with 78,500. We'll be in this environment. You'll look for a move up. And perhaps we are just going to retest daily SMA 200 once again, something like this. But notice this still would put in bearish price structure. So it's going to be really hard for bulls to win. Only way is for them to get back above SMA 200 on the daily. Until then, I'd expect a major move down here brewing in the beginning of June. And that's it.
Alrighty, let me share my screen. And we will go to HPDR. Okie dokie, go to the daily. Commander button. Alright. And we will start with daily. So we got daily momentum now starting to flip back up, getting out of the bearish control zone, making a nice little bit of deviation here. And it did get a close back over that moving average, so that did confirm momentum to the upside. And currently volatility is contracting, which is telling you likely it's just going to be a lower high. And you have a bearish cross here as well, with the pink crossing below the yellow, and this is happening within the bullish control zone. So this is a pretty powerful cross here, especially on a daily time frame. You go along with the HPDR, you are getting up to the 38.2%, which is going to be a resistance after you lost the 38.2%, and you came to the 61.8%, which is not exactly the target from losing the 38.2. You would be looking towards hitting somewhere around the 78.6 from losing 38.2, which right now is at around $71,500. The invalidation to that target is going to be getting a close back over this 38.2%, which currently lines up with the 5 EMA, and that sits at about $77,600. And if you can't get a close over that $77,600 region, you're likely going to get a move into somewhere around the median, which is currently at around $80,000. And that, and once again, once you're around that median, you're also very probably going to hit somewhere around that 200 SMA, giving you, and because they're basically right around the same area. And if you can manage to get a close either over the median or preferably 200 SMA, which would then also close you over the median, then you're probably just going to shoot up to somewhere around $84,000 to $85,000. We have to see what's going to happen first around this 38.2%. However, because if you just continue to close below this 38.2%, this is just going to be a bearish retest before you come down to $71,000, $71,500. And so let's mark off this jewel signal and see if the average move has been played out yet. And we'll call it with this one. $12.79%, not bad. 25, 26.7. $5.7, 8.2, 10%. This one right. Let me make sure. A little bit off. Not much. This one about 1.5%, 2%, 5%. So that is that minimum move. So we're down about 2-ish% so far. We have not done the minimum move of 5%. If we take it to about 5%, brings us to roughly $74,000. I'm wondering what 71.5 brings us to. It's about 8%. The 10% move brings us to about $70,000. And let's see what 13 to 15%, about 67 to 66. And then if we were to take it that 30% move, 25 to 30%, if things were to get real crazy, 25% brings us to about $58,000. 30% brings us to about $54,000. Very interesting, because if you do remember, $58,000 to $54,000 has come up a lot of times, and probably will come up again. And if we were to take also this move from the 200 SMA, from the high to the low, we have done about 8.2% so far. If we were to take it from previous times where we consolidated under the 200 and then got a test of it. Oops, move my line. Here's one over here. Did some consolidation where you got your rejection. We'll take it from this point. Immediate move down of around 8% for a little bit of a bounce, and then you ended up going down about 15 to 16%. And this one also about 7%. Here's another example here from this wick high, also about 8.7%. Here's an example here, about 6.7%, 8.18%, also 8.6%. from here. About 9%, very close to 8. $7.9, 8%, 8.6. Seven-ish percent. 8.8 and 10%. So as of now, we have done that 8-ish% number, and the only thing one thing that would be confluence with that is if you can get a close back over this 38.2% and 77,600. Then you should get another try for somewhere around this 200, and at that point, if you can close over it, then you get your busting action move. You get another rejection, then you're likely going to sweep this low at $76,000, and probably going to find yourself somewhere around 71.5. And you've also gotten the 9 crossing below your 21, which gives you a minimum move to the 55, which you have currently got. Alrighty. Get a sip ski of this Coke Zero real quick. Crispy. 12 hour. 12 hours getting a bounce from that 100 EMA, came down to the bottom of the 38.2%. You are now getting a close back over the 5, and you're still hovering over that 38.2%, which is around $77,100. If you do continue to close over that 38.2%, you should see another retest for the median, which is somewhere around 78.8, somewhere between 78.4 to 78.8. As long as you're closing below that median, this is just going to be a bearish retest. If you can close over the median, then that gives you another test somewhere around $81,000, which is that daily 200 SMA. And currently 12-hour is flipped up on momentum with volatility contracting, and the 12-hour jewel is giving you a buy signal within the bearish control zone. It has been a while since we have gotten a buy signal in the bearish control zone. Let's mark this off. Come on, there we go. And I'm not going to count this one because the buy signal happened above the bearish control zone. I think I'll also not count this one because this is a God mode signal. Let's see, one more. And I'm also omitting this one because it's a God mode signal. Don't want to skew the results. %6 with a move down of 1.5 to 2%. Oops. I think I don't need this line for now. Safe to say we're going to be below 105 for a while. I'll make this one disappear just to clean it up a little bit. This one also. And there we go. Yeah. Not much. This one's kind of failure.
Yeah, I approve. Yeah. Oh, by the way, the CPD
Okay.
is the nine. So
This one.
the new change. So the new ones.
About 5.6%. 5.7.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Let's try this one. 3.6, about 5% for that first one. 6, 10%, 19%, 21, and 26. And the current one, about 1.19%. So the smallest move one we've made so far was, which ended up being a failure, was around 1.5%, which is around, brings us to around $78,000. If we were to take it to the other small end move, around 5%. Which is basically to that top 38.2% at around $80,800 to $81,000, which would be that daily 200 SMA. And if we were to take it for funsies, the 25% number, brings us to about $95,000, $96,000. Alrighty, let's go down to the 8-hour. 8-hour also made its way back into the 38.2%. 8-hour does have a sliver cross to the downside. Let me go back to the zoom in a little bit. You're hovering right around that 8-hour 9 EMA and the median, which is currently 77.7, and the median and the 177.7. The median's at 77.3, and the 9 is at also 77.250, 77.3. If you can't get a close over that median and the 9, then that gives you a move up into the top 38.2%, which is also lining up with that 55 EMA at around $78,500 to $78,800. The momentum on the 8-hour is currently flipped up, with volatility currently contracting. And you are putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence because you are taking out these previous highs of momentum while price is still making a lower high. But that will require a close below about $76,340. Then that gives you a move down to somewhere around 74.4, 74.5. Go back to the divergence on this one. Nothing. 6 hours also flipped up. 6 hour did close back over the 9, and you are getting currently a bounce from the median. You're holding over the median, and that is at around 77.2. And if you do continue to hold over the median, you're likely to get a retest somewhere around 78.3 to 78.5. 4 hours also currently flipped up. You are also putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence on the 4 hour. This will confirm with any close below $77,150, which you are very close to. And if that does confirm, it gives you a move down to somewhere around 76K for another retest of these lows. Very likely at that point, you're probably going to lose that, and then you're going to come down to somewhere between 75 and 73.8, somewhere in the 74s. And zoom in here. 4 hours also very now freshly giving you a bullish cross with the pink crossing above the yellow. Let's mark that off and see. And we'll only take the ones in the bearish control zone. Been a while since the last one. Look right there. Nope. I'll skip this one because this is a God mode signal. This one's also a God mode signal. There's a nice one. Take it from like right there. No, this one didn't actually cross. No, that one's not good because there's a God mode. Also God mode. Come on. There we go. What was the price? Oh, it was higher. It was in the hundreds. This one was quite large. We'll only take the more medium move. 2.5, about 4.8. Actually, it's not really that much. 9%, 10, 13, 14.7, and 15%. Not bad. 15% move for a 4 hour setup. Where's the next one? There we go. About 3%. It seems to be the low end move so far. About 3%. And 5%. And then 10. And eventually about 12%. So so you got 3%, 5%, and about 10%. And now we've got the current one. And from the open, we have currently done 0.7%. So if we were to take it the minimum number of around 3%, brings us to right around $79,500. If we were to take it 5%, brings us to about $81,100, which is basically exactly that daily 200 SMA. And then about 10%, brings us to about $85,000. Very interesting. 85, 84 to 85. Numbers come up previous times. Let's zoom out now. And go to the 2 hour. 2 hours currently now starting to freshly flip back up. You are getting back over that moving average now. You are taking out these previous lows on momentum, putting in some slight hidden bullish divergence with volatility now about to go, now going back into expansion, and you are brushing right up against that bottom or the top 38.2% after making your way back into it. If you can get a close over that area at $77,330, you should see a move into somewhere around 78.5, 78.6. Which is the 78.6%. Today is getting a move down to that 50%, right around this 2-day silver cross. 2-day momentum is starting to, or is flipping down, getting very close to entering into the bearish control zone with volatility currently expanding. And you are currently putting possibility for hidden bullish divergence because you are taking out this previous low on momentum. You've been taking out these lows while price is putting in higher lows. And this is going to confirm with any close below. Let's zoom in here. $78,600, which will also very likely close you back over this 38.2%, and then that gives you a move into somewhere around 81.5, which is the 81.5, 81.6, which is the median, and also is right around that daily 200 SMA. No, not the median. I mean, it's the 100 on the 2-day. Five days also getting a bounce from the 200 SMA with momentum currently flipped down. This I believe it did confirm. This is 79,250, and this is So you do have currently active hidden bearish divergence on the 5-day. The minimum target was the 200 SMA. This currently has been hit. You are getting a slight bounce from there. You do close in 8 hours and 45 minutes. If you do close like this, not really looking the best. Probably at least going to retest this zone again. And you're currently below the median. And if you do close below that median, you're probably coming down to somewhere around $70,000. And you are losing the buy signal currently, flipping into a neutral with volatility basically at 0%. You are currently putting in possibility for hidden bullish divergence because you have taken out this low on momentum where price is still making a higher low on a closing basis. But this is going to be a little difficult to confirm. You will have to close over 82,350 to confirm that. Weekly is currently getting a bounce from the 9. You are currently flipped down on the weekly. Weekly also has hidden bearish divergence. The minimum target was the 9, which you have hit, so it does make sense to get a bounce from there. And now, as long as you are below about 78.5, that is going to be resistance. If you can get close back over this, preferably this high here at about $75,000, then you probably see a retest of 82s. not $75,000. My bad. I'm dyslexic as hell. That's $79,500. 2-week also currently flipped up, getting out of the bearish control zone, approaching the neutral reset zone with volatility approaching 0%, and the 2-week jewel still playing out this buy signal here. You are getting a rejection from the median currently, and you're hovering right around that 5. If you were to lose this 5, then you're probably going to come down to somewhere around $69,300. As long as you are above this 5, though, probably going to retest 81s, which is that daily 200 SMA. Monthly still rejecting from that 9 EMA tap. Momentum is still flipped up on the monthly with volatility contracting, and you are still hovering right around that monthly 5, which is at $77,600. Start to lose that area, especially on a monthly closing basis, and then you're likely just going to come down to somewhere around like $65,000 minimum. But at that point, probably going to break down towards somewhere between 63 and 55,000. Quarterly still flipped down. Quarterly still on the sell signal here. Let's go back to this and go to Tether. Tether is starting to flip down on the daily. You are taking out these previous highs on momentum. Also this high, and these highs, all of these highs, where price is still making a lower high on a closing basis. And this is which gives you possibility for hidden bearish divergence. And this will confirm with any close below 7.423%. Which will also close you back below this 38.2%. And that's going to give you a move down to the somewhere between this 100 EMA and the median. And that puts you between 7.34 and 7.24%. And zoom in here. You're getting a bullish cross with the pink crossing above the yellow also. It's happening a little bit higher than the bearish control zone, but it's still happening pretty low. 12-hour currently flipped down as well with volatility contracting. 12 hours giving you a fresh sell signal. 12-hour does have a fresh silver cross as well, and you are resting right at the 9. So right now with this closure, or if you do close within this 38.2%, you are likely to come down to at least the median or somewhere around the median, which also lines up with the cross. And as long as you are closing over about 7.348%, this will eventually put in hidden bullish divergence. 8-hour also is rejecting the median, opening below the median and getting a move up to bearish retest it, rejection, and you're likely going to come down from here somewhere around 7.3s. And then eventually this will put in hidden bullish divergence, which you're likely about to take out this low. You're very close to taking it out. 4-hour also flipped down. You are now about to lose 38.2% on the 4-hour, with 4-hour now giving you a bearish cross with the pink crossing below the yellow, whereas Bitcoin is doing the opposite, giving you the bullish cross with the pink above the yellow in the bearish control zone. Bitcoin is doing the bearish cross in the bullish control zone. And if you were to close below about 7.43%, probably going to get a move down to somewhere around 7.3%, somewhere from 7.315 to 7.3. 2 days getting a rejection from the 38.2% with momentum currently flipped up, putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence because you have taken out this high momentum or price still making closing lower high. And this is going to require a close below 7.328%. And that gives you a move down to the median around 7.1. Five-day currently rejecting the median with momentum flipped up. And you're very close to putting in hidden bearish divergence once you take out this high momentum, and volatility is approaching 0% with the weekly or the 5-day now losing the sell signal, flipping it neutral in the bearish control zone. So if you do continue to reject from this median, you got about 8 hours and 40 minutes left to go. You're probably going to get a little bit of a move down to tap somewhere around 7.2 to 7.3%. As long as you are holding over this area, it is likely to get another retest of the median. Start to lose this, then you're probably going to get a move down to somewhere around 7%, 7 to 6.9%. Weekly currently still flipped up. Volatility is contracting. Weekly still got a sell signal here with the pink crossing above the yellow. And weekly did give you a rejection of the weekly 9, and you are getting a second rejection of the 9 after sweeping this previous high. So right now, you are probably going to come down to somewhere around 7.3s. And if weekly can get a close below the 7.37% area, this is going to very likely solidify this as your next lower high, and from this high, and you're probably going to come down to somewhere around like 6.4 to 6.1%. Two-week currently also flipped down, putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence with volatility expanding. This will confirm hidden bullish divergence with any close over 7.636%, which then also take you back over this 38.2%, and then you're likely going to make your way into somewhere around current all-time highs. And monthly currently flipped down with volatility contracting. Monthly is also putting in hidden bearish divergence because you are taking out all of these previous highs on momentum, or price is making a macro lower high. And this is going to confirm with any close below 7.094%. If you can close below the area, it confirms your monthly hidden bearish divergence, and then you're probably going to get a move down to somewhere around 5.6, 5.4%. As of now, this is still just a possibility. You are like flirting with those areas that would confirm the divergence, and then you just get a close right above, which doesn't confirm it. Because over here on this one, to confirm it, you needed to close below 7.169%. You went all the way down to 7.094%, but you didn't close below that area, so you didn't confirm it. And now from here, you had to close below 7.094% to confirm it. On this one, you went to 6.971%, but you closed above, so you didn't confirm it. So as of now, if you can manage to close below this week low, then you will confirm it. The next one, if you don't close below there, you will have to close below 6.971, and then as you go on. But as long as you are still making a lower high, that is still going to be possible. This is going to be invalidated once you get a close back over about 8.091%. Then you're no longer going to be making a macro lower high on a closing basis. Okay. Then we go into the RSI. Okay, let's start with Tether. Tether is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence on the RSI. This is going to confirm with any close below 7.423%, and that it will give you a move down at a minimum to the neutral zone, which right now is sitting at around 7.09%. Nice number, with volatility currently expanding from below 15%. Nothing quite. Let's see. Let me make sure. There is some possibility for hidden bearish divergence here on the 12-hour because you are taking out these previous highs for momentum, or price is still making a lower high from this high here. And this will require a close below 7.431% to confirm. And that will give you a move down minimum towards this silver cross around 7.3%. Yeah, 5 days about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. Multiple drives here. This is going to confirm with any close over, let's see, what is this high? 7.284%. And that is going to give you a target to somewhere around this neutral zone at a minimum, which is right now at about 7.76%. Probably somewhere between there and the bullish control zone. So 7.7 to 8.7%. 8.7 is close to your closing all-time highs, basically above your closing all-time highs. And volatility is now currently right around that expansion point. Weekly is confirmed hidden bullish divergence with volatility now starting to tick up from 0%. This is going to give you a target of the neutral zone, which currently is sitting at about 7.89%. Nothing here. Monthly, nothing. Quarterly, nothing. Let's go to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is putting in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence on the daily. This is going to confirm with any close over 77,370 bucks, and that gives you a move towards somewhere around the neutral zone to the simple moving average, and that gives you a move that gives you a price of around somewhere around 81,400 to 83,800, and 81,400 is basically exactly what that daily 200 SMA is at. So if you can confirm this hidden bullish divergence, this gives you another move back to retesting the daily 200 SMA. And after we've already filled that average move 8% down from that 200 SMA, and if we were to bust up from that 200 SMA afterwards, which we already have how many rejections of it? Like 1, 2, 3, 4 rejections of it. Every tap is going to get weaker. And if you were to confirm this divergence, it gives you another confirmed move to testing it. Around that point, then it'll be a lot more likely that it'll break. But we are front running that next 8.5 hours. We have to see if this confirms. If this confirms, it gives you another try testing that. And daily volatility is still expanding. So if you were to confirm that, that will give you volatility with that hidden bullish divergence. You got to see how these next 8.5 hours go. 12 hours already confirmed hidden bullish divergence. You've hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bearish control zone. Next level is the neutral zone. That level sits at around 79,300 bucks. And bullish control zone is at 82.3. Nothing there. Nothing there. Let me make sure. Okay. You're putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence here because you are taking out these previous highs on momentum or prices making a lower high. But this is going to require a close below 77,150 to confirm. Same number came up previously. Two hours got hidden bearish divergence, so this is close to invalidating. This will invalidate with any close over 77,424, which you are currently above. And that gives you a move into somewhere around 79,500 if you invalidate it. Come on. 2 days got bearish divergence. You hit the easy target, which is the even beyond it, which is the neutral zone, and currently you're putting in, you do have possibility for hidden bullish divergence now on the 2 day because you are still making a higher low. Momentum's taking out the previous lows. This will require a close over 70. Let me just move this a little bit. 78,600, and if you do confirm that, it gives you another move into this 200 SMA around 81.5, 81.7. Also, that would be your daily 200 SMA. 3 days got hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 81,425, which is also that daily 200 SMA. So if you were to close invalidate this divergence, that will give you your close. You're back over the daily 200, and then from there you get to move into somewhere around $92,000 if you can invalidate this and put in daily close over your daily 200. 5 day confirmed hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $82,200. You hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bullish control zone. Next level is the neutral zone, and that level currently sits at about 70,000 bucks. Weekly currently also has active hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 82,180 bucks, and this is your next target on that is going to be the neutral zone, which currently is sitting at around 68,800 bucks, with volatility now expanding. 2 week currently still has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $68,800, and you're very close to hitting the you've hit the very easy target, which is the simple moving average. Next level is going to be the bearish control zone. That's currently set around 83,700 bucks. And monthly still has active hidden bullish divergence. Let's zoom in on the monthly. You didn't quite hit the easy target yet, which is going to be the neutral zone, and that is currently sitting at around actually I think you did hit it. What is this high? This is at 82.8. So yeah, you actually did hit it, and that is at $82,600 for that neutral zone. And then the simple moving average is at around $101,600, and this will be active as long as you're closing over 66,993 bucks. And quarterly still got active bearish divergence, so it'll be active as long as you're closing below $114,000, and your next target is about 63.2. 6 month also forming 3 drives of bearish divergence, and if this confirms, this gives you a minimum target somewhere around this 21 EMA, which is currently around like $43,000. This is going to rise eventually. It's going to line up with this previous 6 month closing high, right around $46,000. If this does confirm, likely in for a pretty nasty couple of months, and that'll bring you down to that 40-ish, maybe high 30s, and then somewhere around there is probably where you're going to put in some hidden bullish divergence, and then that'll send you up to your next cycle's all-time highs. But right now on the higher time frames, it is looking still quite bearish, but you do have that monthly hidden bullish divergence, which is still going to be active as long as you're closing over $66,993. And from here, we want to see from the low time frames, you are seeing momentum slightly to the upside. You are putting in some bullish divergences. Tether is putting in bearish divergences. You have hidden bullish divergence on the daily on Bitcoin, whereas you have hidden bearish divergence on Tether. It does make it seem like you're going to test somewhere around that 78.3 to 78.6 zone. If you can close over about 78,600 on even a 4-hour closing basis, then from there I'm expecting another retest of that 81.5 area, which is going to be your daily 200 SMA, also lining up with the daily hidden bullish divergence. And then at that point, if you were to get any closures over the daily 200 SMA, then you would have targets somewhere around $90,000 to $92,000 from there, which usually do get some insane busting action with daily closes over that 200 SMA. And the invalidation right now is going to be for getting a bounce. Either it's going to be getting a 4-hour close below about $77,150 from if you get that, then you're probably just going to dump towards somewhere around 74s first, and then somewhere around 70s, and then also if you were to get any long-term weekly closes over about $98,000, if you were to get a monthly close over about $85,800, that will fire off your monthly volatility setup. But let me get to that for a rough show off of the monthly volatility setup. So for a second. All right. Okay, daily is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $78,550. And daily is also putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence because you are taking out all of these previous lows on momentum, or price is still making a higher low. And try to run that blue box. What else? Volatility is currently expanding as well, so you currently do have a daily setup to the downside. 12 hours currently already flipped back up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over $76,800. Okay. 8 hours also currently flipped up with volatility at extreme lows, and this is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $76,400. 4 hours also currently flipped up with volatility now starting to tick up from 0%, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $76,500. 2 hours also flipped up with volatility expanding. It's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $77,400, and you're close to getting over that 55 EMA. And if you were to close over that area, that brings you into somewhere around that 78.5 region. All right. 2-day currently flipped down with volatility still contracting, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $82,000. And you're also putting in possibility for hidden bullish divergence on the 2-day because you're still making a higher low with momentum taking out the lows. 5-day also currently flipped down with a derp of death, volatility expanding. So this 5-day setup has been invalidated now, and you are currently flipped down as long as you're closing below $80,600 with currently a bounce from that 5-day 200 SMA. Weekly is currently also flipped up. Weekly is still firing off a volatility setup. Weekly did come down below that 15%, and now we are expanding with momentum the momentum still flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $69,350. And weekly, with that weekly volatility setup firing off, you did get a move down to the 9, and you are currently bouncing from that 9. That weekly volatility setup is still active, and we have yet to see a weekly volatility setup fail. So from here, from this weekly volatility setup firing off, let's see how much we have gone up. Fired off right around here. We got over 15%. Which one was it? I think it was this one. Yeah. You've only done around like 5.5% off of that. This would be the lowest weekly volatility setup we've ever had in the history of Bitcoin. So it's just probabilities from like probably not going to stop around this 5% move, 5.5% move. Not my opinion, just probabilities. My opinion doesn't matter. 2 week is also currently flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $66,500. And you're currently still within the bearish control zone, and you're going to be with there for the next 1 or 2 more closes. Monthly currently also still flipped down. Monthly very close to firing off that volatility setup, and you are going to remain, or this is going to be it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $85,800. So what that does tell you is in about 11 days, if you close below $85,800, this is going to fire off a monthly volatility setup to the downside, which does have a 100% hit rate of firing off in direction of momentum, and that is going to be down as long as you're closing below about $85,800. And the average move is somewhere around like that, let's say 45 to 50%. I'm just going to say 50% because that makes it very easy. And that will, from wherever we close, dump it 50%. If we were to do it from $80,000, that brings you to $40,000. If you do it from 82, 41, and so on. If you do it from 77, 78, then that brings you down to somewhere in the 30s, the mid 30s. So we do have to see on them. So now to run it back down on that monthly time frame, it makes it very easy. If you were to see closures above or below that pivot, then you would ride that 50% move in that direction. But right now, I do think we are going to test them around that 78.5 zone. If we can get exceptions over 78.5, then I would expect another move into the daily 200 SMA around 81.5, 81.2-ish area. And if you can't get any daily closures over that 200 SMA, then this is likely going to bust up into somewhere around 86-ish for a little stop, and then eventually somewhere into the 90s. And then we do have to see the reaction on that monthly if we can close over, or if the monthly does confirm that volatility setup, then that likely is going to take us along with that monthly hidden bullish divergence, monthly hidden bearish divergence on Tether, into somewhere around 101 would be the next stop on that monthly hidden bullish divergence. But as of now, that would require front running a lot of things. We do want to see what happens at 78.5 first before we say anything else, because you could just project 78.5 and then dump towards 74s, make a nice little bounce at 74s, and then go towards $69,000 from there.
Thank you, Mr. Farhano. Much appreciated. Fuck. I don't know why. Well, I know why. I'm so tired. Goddamn. Okay. If only the rumors were true and I liked cocaine or did cocaine. Don't even fucking take energy drinks. Goddamn. Okay. Here we go. Vámonos por esta, perros. Vamos a ver. ¿Cómo están? Buenos días. Elías, Amuro, Néstor, ¿cómo andas? Ramón, ¿cómo andas, perro? Lalo, Sebastián, David, Billy G. Billy G, me gusta ese nombre, Billy G. Jacobo RS, Flocan, ¿cómo andan, Kevin? Bienvenidos todos. Vamos a darle con absolutamente Toño de Valdés. Ahorita analizamos Robinhood, que será la primera, y también Palantir. ¿Cómo chingados no? Vamos a hacer esto. Ok. Primera cosa que estoy viendo acá es el peso contra el dólar. Lo tengo en la mensual. Esto tiene una clara tendencia alcista, por supuesto. Pueden ver el S&P 200 que viene por acá. Está aguantando dentro de acá. Lo corto continúa aguantando. Ahora, si me voy a la diaria, y esto es una de las primeras cosas que les digo, cuando el dólar está fuerte contra el peso, es bajista para el mercado. Cuando el dólar está débil contra el peso, es alcista para el mercado. Hasta ahorita, el día de hoy, tienes la posibilidad de poner una vela envolvente bajista y estás cayendo de esto que llegó acá, aunque tienes que darte cuenta, que estás haciendo un alto más alto de toda esta zona, ¿ok? Entonces, la tendencia grande es alcista. La tendencia al día de hoy dirías que es bajista, basado solamente en esto, ¿ok? No te estés yendo más allá de esto y no te estoy diciendo que el peso va a volverse el superpeso. Te estoy diciendo solamente hoy tienes la posibilidad de que esto baje para espantar a todo el mundo, o no espantarlos, más bien para darles un poco de esperanza alcista. Otra cosa que confirma para mí, el petróleo. Ahora, hay cosas que yo uso donde estoy viendo dos cosas, o por ejemplo Solana, y todo el mundo dice, ¿cómo puedes saber que Solana va adelante o que esto es lo que funciona? Son cosas que yo veo donde encuentro una relación y funciona para mí. Tú tienes que encontrar tu propia relación en estas cosas y que funcione para ti, ¿ok? No te estoy diciendo que mis relaciones, suena bastante sexual, no te estoy diciendo que mis relaciones funcionen para ti, te estoy diciendo, yo las estoy encontrando y es lo que estoy viendo y cuando las comparo es lo que me ayuda a mí a tomar una decisión. Ahora, una cosa importante para mí es, estoy volteando a ver acá petróleo. El petróleo, una vez más, lo voy a repetir porque no importa lo que les diga, lo que les esté contando, las noticias o lo que sea chingada madre que estén viendo, donde te cuentan por ahí que el petróleo en la trimestre, o sea, el petróleo ya, que esto es como parte de las cosas que hacen para hacerte pensar que todo va a cambiar. Y una de las cosas que definitivamente la gente que ve las noticias tiene en la cabeza es, si sigue cerrado el estrecho de Hormuz, va a ser la peor crisis de toda la historia de energía. Solamente le están justificando lo que ya está en la mierda, ¿ok? Ya estás en una puta mega crisis financiera, pero si te lo están preadelantando de que si es culpa del estrecho de Hormuz, pues todo se va a ir a la verga. Ahora, con eso en mente, tienes que ver volatilidad. Volatilidad en el petróleo, nunca te había dado un setup de este tamaño desde acá atrás. ¿Cuál es acá atrás? Acá atrás estás hablando de 1965. Por si no lo puedes entender, 1965 es ese año, ¿ok? Han pasado ¿cuántos años? Desde los 60 hasta ahora, casi 80 años, cabrón. Acá, o tal vez 80, ¿no? No tengo idea, no voy a hacer la matemática, pero un ser bastante potente que no has visto en todo ese tiempo. Entonces, te dice que el petróleo ya se acabó acá. Lo que está haciendo simplemente es aguantando vara. La última vez, cuando hizo su subida, lo hizo progresivamente y después llegó al tope. Esta vez solamente has tenido una barra mensual fuerte. Una. Ve cuántas tuviste en el 2021, ¿ok? 2022, del 2020 al 2022. Esto empezó apenas aquí, ¿ok? Entonces, ¿va a acabarse esto? Nel. Cada que te dicen en las noticias que lo van a acabar es para que creas que ya se acabó. Pero la realidad del petróleo es más sencilla de lo que queremos hacerla. Acá les voy a enseñar esto en mi tabla. ¿Cuál es el punto crítico para el precio del petróleo? De acuerdo a lo que he estado viendo, este número, los $102. Y es lo que yo pondría si fuera ustedes en su tabla como el nivel. Has tenido, quiero que vean esto, cada que cierras por encima de los 102 tienes buenos movimientos para arriba después. Aunque esta no la cerraste, pero reventó. Esta lo cerraste instantáneamente, te bajó, tomó toda esta zona y después volvió a subir a la parte alta del rango. Cada que tienes como un cierre por encima, te da la contraria para después ir para arriba. ¿Has venido a tocar la parte baja del canal? Por supuesto que sí. El día de hoy, ayer cerraste arriba de los 102. Antier, perdón. Ayer cerraste por encima de los 102. Cerraste justamente en, un segundo, por ahí de los $104. Y hoy te estás dando la vuelta. En lo que varios considerarían una vela envolvente bajista, de nuevo, a mí me gusta que tenga el pico hasta arriba y luego hasta abajo. No es tan significante esto, en mi opinión, ahorita. Simplemente lo único que estás viendo es el juego del rango, ¿no? Si quitaras esa línea, ¿qué es lo que está haciendo el petróleo? Permíteme tantito. Ahí está. ¿Qué es lo que está haciendo el petróleo? Simplemente esto, para cuando acabe, reviente a la alza. O a la baja, si quieres, ¿no? Ya se acabó la guerra y todo va perfecto. Es la primera vez en un ciclo económico en la historia que el petróleo cae, ¿no? Al final. Entonces, ahí puedes poner tú tus apuestas, Mi apuesta es en que lo mismo que siempre pasa va a pasar. ¿Por qué? Porque le conviene al dólar, porque la transferencia de energía, la venta de energía alrededor de todo el mundo, el mayor vendedor, exportador, creador de energía, sobre todo el petróleo, es Estados Unidos y pues esto debe continuar. Entonces, lo único que estamos haciendo es yéndonos de lado. Y una cosa que debería de preocupar a todo el mundo es, si te estás yendo de lado en todo, sea Bitcoin, sea el dólar, sea el peso, y no está cayendo o está subiendo, este es el peor escenario. Porque lo que está haciendo efectivamente es, uno, sacando a toda la gente de sus ideas, ¿no? La gente que ya está bajista, lo sabe, es de, güey, ya me aburrí, cada que hago un corto me saca. La gente que está alcista, cada que hago un long me saca. Pero el problema más grande de esto es para la gente que está invirtiendo, que está comprando cosas en spot. Porque esto a mí, este tipo de consolidación muy lenta, me dice que lo que está haciendo es haciendo a la gente promediar de la verga para cargárselos al pito. Y una vez más, ¿por qué le doy más preferencia al pito que a cualquier otra cosa? Son ciclos, señores. Son ciclos económicos. Y es en lo que me estoy basando, nada más. Entonces, si volteo a ver Bitcoin, ¿qué son dos cosas que estoy usando? El peso, el dólar. Hoy Bitcoin se ve más alcista que ayer, por ejemplo. Y es justo lo que estamos viendo reflejado en el precio de Bitcoin para no darle más. Vamos justamente a los Bitcoins y empezar esto para poder cerrarlo rápido. Para mí, esto se los había pintado en la última sesión. Este es el rango en el que vas a estar jugando. Aquí. Entre los 78,900, que son casi 79, y les voy a poner la línea para que puedan ver el porqué. Para ustedes, los que ya aprendieron a hacer esto. Aquí, porque puedes ver que resistencia, 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 ¡pum! Golpe a la alza. No has venido a retestear esta zona. ¿Ok? Esta zona está en los 79. ¿Qué haría esto? Esta movida me encanta. ¿Ok? Me fascina. Por varias razones. Y también tengo que decir, aquí hay dos cosas que pueden ocurrir. Esta movida de Bitcoin yendo para arriba tiene dos funciones. Sacar a todo el mundo que se metió en corto acá, que va en positivo. Bueno, ya la gente que está aquí no, que entraron aquí tarde, pues ya se la pelaron. Pero la otra es toda la gente que esperaba el rebote de Bitcoin tal cual donde lo dio, cree que ya de aquí va a ir a máximos históricos. Y eso me fascina verlo. Me encanta. Dos cosas que pueden pasar. Puedes reventar aquí, venir a retestear la parte baja del canal para ya efectivamente caer. No lo has hecho. Esa es la primera que deberías de estar pendiente a. La parte baja del canal el día de hoy está en 81,500. ¿Ok? La segunda sería más sencilla, ¿no? Simplemente subes, te rechaza justamente el promedio del 9, el 21, pero eso sería muy fácil para todos los bajistas. Me gusta más la idea de hacer un buen SFP por aquí. Más o menos pueden ver estas líneas de cuando suben por encima de esta línea morada y cómo también bajan, ¿no? No es una zona donde el precio no cruza. Entonces, lo que a mí más me gustaría ver sería a continuación de esto, justamente venir a esta zona, hacer que todo el mundo se vuelva alcista y pito. Y efectivamente dejaría muchos de los cortos de esta vela, porque recuerda, esta vela verde ya se comió a todos estos cortos, de esta vela para abajo. Otra de todos los longs que vienen desde aquí, todos, se los tiene que cargar la verga si es que vas a ir para arriba. Si vas a ir para arriba, ¿qué es lo que hace Bitcoin todo el tiempo? Antes de subir, baja. Entonces se tendría que llevar a todos estos güeyes desde los 65,000 para abajo de corbata antes de verdad darte el movimiento para arriba. Pero ya también el problema es que una vez que estés ahí, tienes más probabilidades de seguir continuando con la caída y eso también haría que te lleves todo esto. Para mí el movimiento más culero y el que me gustaría ver, que es el que yo tengo en mente, si es que esto va a ser un 2008, por ejemplo, sería acá, digamos, acá que aguante, te haga algo más o menos así, caiga, se lleve el mínimo de la izquierda, por nada, ¿no? Que nos vayamos a, digamos, 58. Todo el mundo está a la baja y aquí reventar a la alza a intentar buscar altos. ¿Por qué? Porque eso jodería a todo el mundo. Todo. Esto sería la primera vez que Bitcoin hiciera este tipo de cosa en este ciclo de 4 años. Esa sería la peor opción en mi forma de verlo. Lo de ahorita que está ocurriendo es lo que siempre pasa. Simplemente la gente, ahora, estamos aquí viendo la diaria. ¿Cuándo nos volteamos? El 11 de mayo. En realidad el tope fue acá, el 6 de mayo, pero estuvimos muy cerca, ¿no? Y puedes ver que esta es la zona de breakdown, ¿no? La zona de breakdown se da el 15 de mayo. Los voy a llevar justamente al ciclo del, espérenme, 2 semanas, del 2017, ¿ok? Y aquí a ver si me deja poner la diaria. No, tengo que hacerlo así, ok. Denle 30 minutos a este pedo. Ahí está. El 2017. Aquí es donde nos parecemos más a ese ciclo. ¿Por qué? Adivinen cuándo ocurre esto que están viendo acá y justo el retesteo del EMA 200 que no lo toca en mi tabla esta, lo puedes ver aquí. Es idéntico, ¿no? Donde está por encima el promedio, tienes un cruce plateado justamente a la alza en la diaria y acá, ¿cuál es donde rompes esta parte a la alza? Yo lo pondría aquí, ¿ok? La línea que les acabo de pintar ahí, yo la pondría en realidad aquí. ¿Cuándo haces el máximo máximo? El 5 de mayo, ¿ok? Espérame, esto está chueco. Ahí está. $5 de mayo topó. Aquí, lo puedes ver, ¿no? El 5 de mayo topa Bitcoin, cae poquito, aguanta, 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 aguanta y después de un rato es cuando se da el pinche trastón hasta acá y acabas viendo el fondo local en junio. De ahí tienes más recuperación hasta cuándo, hasta noviembre. Esto es lo que yo pienso es lo correcto para este ciclo, donde esto va a continuar para abajo en noviembre. ¿Por qué? Porque eso sigue las fechas del dólar que yo tengo. Eso simplemente sigue las fechas del dólar que yo tengo. Es lo que yo pensaría, sería lo correcto. Entonces, ¿cuándo rompes la zona de acá? El 11 de mayo. 11 de mayo es cuando te caes de esta línea, ¿ok? Entonces, zona de breakdown, 11 de mayo. Ruptura a la baja, justamente aquí. Y fondo, 24 de junio, que es después del Mundial. Una vez más, Mundial SpaceX, 12 de junio, 11 de junio, ¿ok? Entonces, ¿cuándo creo que esto va a caer? Aquí al fondo. Y una vez más, puedes considerar esto el 29 de junio o el 24 de junio, lo que tú quieras. Vamos a poner 24 de junio. Bajón local. Voy a ponerlo en alto local final. Es por eso que es importante que puedan aprender bien los términos y cómo funciona todo esto. ¿Ok? Porque puedo explicar esto y lo estás viendo y no entiendes qué vergas quiere decir ruptura a la baja, no entiendes por qué puse esta línea, no entiendes qué es el tope cuando aquí hay otros topes. Es súper importante esto en mi opinión, ¿ok? Voy a irme a la de 2 semanas en putiza y voy a ver mis fechas del otro lado. Es más, qué pendejo soy, lo puedo hacer en la diaria y hacer esto. Cuando hicimos tope acá, no seas mamón. ¿Listo? 6 de mayo, tope local. ¿Ok? ¿Cuándo tuviste la ruptura a la baja? 16 de mayo. ¿Ok? Ruptura a la baja. Bien, ok. Y una vez más, 6 de mayo, 16 de mayo, ruptura a la baja. 24. Perdón. Acá para nosotros fue el 6 de mayo. En este ciclo fue el 5 de mayo el tope. Para nosotros la ruptura a la baja fue el 16. Acá fue el 11. ¿Ok? Pero puedes ver que veniste a retestear esto hasta el 15. Un día a la verga. A la verga. Hasta el 15. Y de ahí continuaste en caída. Pero ve la caída tan lenta que te dio. Y esto es a lo que voy. Este tipo de bajón, por ejemplo, de donde tienes la ruptura, voy a contarlo de la ruptura, al fondo fue un 35%, ¿ok? Y el fondo local fue el 24 de junio, para que lo tengan en mente. Y de ahí no hizo otra vez fondo hasta noviembre, diciembre. Esto para mí es el escenario correcto. Esto, justamente esto. Ok, con eso dicho, una vez más, 24 de junio, bajón local final. Acá voy a poner copiar. Vámonos a cancelar esto. A la de acá. Voy a copiar y pegar esto acá. No. ¿Dónde verga se pegó? Excelente. Bueno, perfecto. No se copió. El 24 de junio, que estaría más o menos por aquí. ¿Ok? Es más, ahí está. Para eso sí me serviría lo que estaba haciendo. 24 de junio es donde esperaría que eso caiga. ¿Cuánto cayó desde la ruptura? 35%. ¿Cuánto es una caída de 35%? A los $51,000. Tal cual como se las había contado, ¿no? Esto es lo que yo estaría viendo. Una vez más, esta mamada no es original, hace lo mismo todo el tiempo. Nada más tienes que empezar a reconocer este tipo de patrones. Esta caída a 51, díganme que en $51,000 no todo el mundo estaría esperando los 45, los 42, los 35, los 20, ¿no? Y que se dé la vuelta y vaya para arriba. No, tal vez no alto histórico, pero que vaya una vez para arriba otra vez. Y todo el mundo, y ese fue el fondo. Vayas al parque y en el parque te digan otra vez que fuiste al fondo y continúas con el fondo y el fondo y el fondo. Y de ahí hasta diciembre es donde te atora y en diciembre del 2026 es donde por fin encuentras ese delicioso fondo, el real. ¿Con qué coincide? Con que en enero es cuando sacan todos los stablecoins. Las monedas estables. Sí, las monedas estables. Para mí esto tiene sentido de acuerdo a la fecha en la que estamos. ¿Qué tiene también en común este ciclo con el del 2018-19? Fue cuando empezaron a probar lo de Tether y todas esas mamadas. Fue ese ciclo. Entonces, ¿cuándo lo prepararon para después de? A mí me suena más la rima por este lado. Ahora, de nuevo, seguimos en un ciclo de 4 años, seguimos viendo exactamente los mismos valores. Espérame, ¿por qué tengo los 39 aquí? No sé. ¿Por qué tengo los 42 aquí? Me vale verga. Y ahora ya voy a dejar esto. Y voy a poner esto de texto acá. ¿Y qué dice ese texto? Si fondeamos en esta zona, fondo en diciembre. Ahora sí que, si fondeamos localmente, ¿ok? Para que lo tengan en mente, para que vean esto del ciclo tal cual. Vientos. Ahora, esto tiene muchísima debilidad comparado, y es por eso que también lo veo así, con el ciclo del 2021. ¿Por qué? Porque hay mucha menos liquidez en el mercado. Una vez más, no quiero decir liquidez porque la gente se confunde. La gente es más pobre. A la gente no le habían regalado recientemente 2 años antes dinero, ¿ok? Por lo que el consumidor, el inversor particular, tenía más dinero a perder. Aquí ya no hay tanto dinero a perder, ¿no? Ya la gente que está en altcoins, por ejemplo, le metiste a Solana una lana, carnal, y digamos que lo hiciste, lo voy a poner en la mensual para que vean este patrón delicioso. Este tope fue en enero del 2025. Todo el 2025 y tu 2026 han literalmente un año y cacho, Solana hizo tope. O sea, ya llevas un mega rato. Acá te tomó ¿cuántos años en llegar al fondo? Del diciembre del 2022. ¿Cuánto tiempo te tomó? De noviembre, un año nada más. Aquí ya llevas un año hasta acá y continúas cayendo. Esto no lo habías visto de ese tamaño, ¿no? Y también el hecho de este pompazo que te dio Solana no te lo dio ni tampoco Ethereum, ni XRP, ni nada. Entonces, cuando volteo a ver a Bitcoin es más débil. ¿Qué quiere decir esto para la diaria? A fin de cuentas, ya hemos visto todas las tendencias de absolutamente todo. Ya no sé qué más inventarles. Creo que están todos al corriente en ello y saben perfectamente dónde estamos parados. Y aquí simplemente es cosa de ver qué es lo que va a pasar. Y pueden ver acá los objetivos, ¿no? Long, acá para hacer cortos, podías escoger. Y es lo que justamente está haciendo el precio. Está dando tu rebote para venir a esta zona para después continuar cayendo. Esa es básicamente la opinión en este momento. Ahorita tenemos algo chido. Acabas de cerrar esta vela de 8 horas. ¿Y la vela de 8 horas dónde cerró? Denme un segundito. Es una hija de puta. Para marcar una divergencia alcista lo tenía que hacer justamente donde cerró. Cerraste por encima del promedio del 9 en este momento. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. ¿Qué es lo que vas a hacer? Retestear el cruce plateado. ¿Dónde tienes opción de corto? 1, en los 77,500, si es que lo quieres separar. 2, tienes 78, que es básicamente el promedio del 21. Y 3, tus 55 y 34 en los 78, vamos a decir 78,500. ¿Por qué 78,500 y no aquí abajo? Porque definitivamente si vas a llegar acá te vas a llevar este máximo. Ya saben cómo le hace Bitcoin para después irse a la verga. Es básicamente eso. Entonces, con tener 78,650 en mente como este tope, déjeme lo pongo más chido. 78,700, ponte tú, ¿no? 78,700 puede marcar la zona del tope más extremo. Y aquí puedes escoger, de aquí a acá tienes el promedio del 100. Puede que ya te haya dado el rechazo, por cierto, tienes que ver esto en tu promedio del 100, en la de 8 horas, ya hiciste la gatada de Bitcoin. Y eso sería también parte de la gatez, y por eso puse esta línea acá, ¿no? En los 77,500. Porque puedes simplemente venir, llevarte este máximo, el que está acá, el del 18 de mayo de hace 2 días, hacerte pensar, pues bueno, vamos en tendencia para arriba y de ahí darse la vuelta, irte y llevarte para abajo. Pero tienes más facilidad en este momento de apostar en cortos, tienes más probabilidades que van contigo que a la alza. Para volver todo esto alcista, lo que tendrías que hacer el día de hoy, la tabla del día de hoy, te puedes esperar a ver cómo va el día de hoy, es que el día de hoy cierre en 77,300, por encima de 77,300. Tío, eso es literalmente aquí, tu promedio del 9. Y puedes ver cómo estás arribita jugando con ello. Si te esperas y ves el cierre por encima de esto, puedes agarrar el long lo más cerca que estés. ¿Cuál sería tu invalidación? Tristemente aquí abajo. Pero, no. Sí, o sea, está culera la invalidación. ¿Cuánto sería? Digamos que lo agarras de aquí. Ah, no, es como un 1%. Aquí tienes una gran probabilidad de armar un buen long, ¿eh? Porque la tienes en la de 8 horas, es menos de 1% este movimiento. Y simplemente lo invalidas, digamos, con llevarte el bajo de esta vela en 76,700. Es un 1%. En un 10X perdes 10% del trade. Eso quiere decir, de lo que tengas, escoge cuánto quieres perder 10%. No tiene que ser todo tu dinero mensual, puede ser la mitad, puede ser 10% del 10%. Sería tu invalidación acá. Es para un long. un long con altas probabilidades de instantáneamente decirte si va para arriba o para abajo. Y para cortos, simplemente posicionar en estos promedios. No sé si tomaría este en cuenta, 77,688, pero también una vez más, puede que este sí haya sido el alto y se vaya para abajo. Yo me esperaría más bien a ver si me da un extremo. Primer extremo lo tomaría con el promedio del 21 en la de 8 horas, en 78 básicamente. Y el segundo lo tomaría en 78,500, aquí, que es donde el cruce plateado es retesteado por completo. Y tu stop en el corto en 78,700. ¿Qué tendrías que estar viendo para que esto funcione y vaya de acuerdo a lo que estás viendo? Simplemente que el peso continúe, el superpeso continúe bajando, el dólar continúe bajando contra el peso y el petróleo quedándose donde está o para abajo. Esto te diría que eres más alcista en Bitcoin que bajista. Y si ves que el petróleo se da la vuelta y vuelve a pasar los 102, estás mal. Aunque Bitcoin se esté quedando donde se esté quedando. Y lo mismo con el peso. Si el peso se da la vuelta y este fue el fondo del peso, ¿no? Porque lo que quieres ver es abajo, arriba, bajo más alto, alto más alto. Este es el bajo más alto. Si no te llegas a llevar esto en el peso y no te llegas a llevar esto, efectivamente, y eso quiere decir que va a ser bajista Bitcoin. No los quiero confundir mucho con esto, pero es la manera más sencilla de poder ver lo que estamos platicando. Ah, qué pendejo soy. Acá. La tabla de 8 horas, buena. La diaria es la mera. La diaria te lo va a decir. Cierra la diaria por debajo de 77,300 y se va a dar la vuelta para abajo. Si no, vas a tener chance de hacer un corto acá. Si se te escapó el long, no tienes pedo en lo que esperas a esto, porque te puedes meter en corto. Si quieres agarrar el long, simplemente lo puedes hacer ahorita, teniendo en mente que puedes perder hasta 10% de tu trade con esta invalidación aquí abajo. Y yo lo haría un poco más abajo de, bueno, no, porque esto es, mámate, bajo, ¿no? Alto, bajo más alto, alto más alto. Y eso quiere decir que si te llegas a llevar este fondo, o sea, sí, esta vela de acá, el fondo de esta vela de acá, empezarías a hacer, después de un alto más alto que sigue un bajo más alto, te daría este tipo de movimiento para después continuar, si es que es alcista. Entonces te vas a querer salir ahí. ¿Ok? Si se lo llega a llevar, porque te estaría diciendo que esta es tendencia, que tienes que acabar el movimiento bajista. ¿Y lo vas a acabar más alto? No sé, pero esta es tu buena salida rápida. Espero que haya quedado claro, bastante sencillo, y vámonos con los que sigue. Vámonos con Hood. Let's go to Robinhood for investment, por favor.
All right, let me check that out.
Boys are back in the hood.
Yes. All right, perfect. All right, let's see here. Investment, Robinhood. Let's actually see. I haven't heard much of CR talking about it these days. I remember it was all the talk back in 2025, end of year. Rightfully so, was breaking out, but many were calling for 200, 250 on Hood. This was even before you even had a throwback to that 2021 cycle, not cycle, but just 2021 all-time high, essentially. To me, this is very important. This is a big spot. And notice now, if you just simply draw a line, so this was just showing a breakout. Let's now just make that straight. And we'll actually, extend it here. Yeah, so if you look at that high, we are just consolidating under it. So this is instantly not bullish. And this is now, right, bearish consolidation and looking like it does want lower. Now we are within our range. And so, right, going to your question on investing, you are looking essentially to watch for the monthly EMA 34, while also that $60 region to kind of hold. Now, the only way you can really start buying this and buying the dip on this actively and feeling good is once you're actually back above $86. That'll signal strength each and every time you're back above the 5 and the 9 on the monthly, you do just move up on Robinhood. Notice on the HBDR on the monthly, it is showing lower. You do have that 100% right in that $34.20 zone. And even the 88.3% is right into that $46 zone. So, I mean, if really this does not start closing back above the monthly 21, this is going to start really signaling a move to me lower. And like I said, you can start looking at the monthly 34 as an investment zone. But once it's actually lost, that is going to be your big indication to stop actually buying this chart. Because at that point, this is going to just start really capitulating, in my opinion, going into a monthly sell trigger. Oh my gosh, here. There we go. You can see, I mean, really, you have never lost the monthly 34 ever. So that's going to be your first big point of just weakness. Let me see here. Let's go to like a quarterly. Nice here. Quarterly 9s right there as well. No matter how you look at this, it does look like it just wants to go lower though, honestly. So like, right, monthly 34 is a valid spot to bid. It's really hard to make the assumption we're going to lose it. But then once you do lose it, I hope, you know, whoever asked for this chart understands, like, you could make a very aggressive drop to the 40s. And then maybe get a bigger bounce. That could just correlate to like a bi-weekly EMA 100 retest. But that would mean, right, if we just measure this out, you're going to drop 30.6% essentially. So invest $1,000, you'll lose like $300 of that. So you should be watching very carefully this zone. And that's why, again, I go to the daily and we just look. And you can just see you're just massively in bearish consolidation. So going back to the monthly, this kind of just ties into what I was mentioning. Under this all-time high zone here, right into $85.22 isn't going to be bullish. You actually are bearish consolidating, and this could just be really waiting for the next leg down. Notice you haven't hit the monthly 34, and that's why I mentioned that, because if this isn't a range, I'm not going to be saying, yeah, just start buying the dip now, investing, because that could mean at current market price, this could go down another 17%. Okay, let me turn that off. All right, some random ringtone there. I think that was the maid's phone. My bad. And so, right, 17% is still a pretty major move down. You haven't retested it. You've gotten kind of the front run. I would be watching for the monthly 34 to be your first big spot. That is at $63.79. Once that is lost, though, you can have a pretty easy gauge on when maybe to even just cut this investment and look for lower. And again, lower for me would come into like the $44 to maybe even $34 region. And when you view that monthly, you do notice that, well, if really bulls don't actually pick it up and close June above $76.50, this is going to make a very aggressive drop down to the 40s. So you do want to be watching very carefully this region and the monthly 34, especially if you are like an investor here. And yeah, even look at the weekly. Once that 100 is lost, really what's stopping this chart from going to that weekly SMA 200? And that is sitting at $40.70. So no matter how you look at it, Robinhood is looking very weak. And until you actually reclaim that all-time high, this is just massively bearish consolidating. Do believe the monthly 34 will give some kind of reaction. But right, if that does get lost, this kind of idea is diminished. You will actually be in the weakest posturing ever. And then that's when you have to really consider, is this worth investing at this point? Or maybe wait for just the really extremity lows, sitting into that $44 region to like $34 zone, right into here. If the monthly 34 continues to hold and you do see $87 reclaimed, that's your indication that this was a bottom and you are most likely going to make a move very aggressive all the way up to the $100, like 113 and then 123. So I would be watching this monthly 34 very carefully, because it's going to dictate really if you're going to go back up to 100 or go back down to like the $30, $40 zone. Until you actually hit that, you should be watching that really carefully. I think you're muted. Or I can't hear you, but I think you're muted, sir.
Oh, I was muted. Excellent.
Okay, beautiful.
This was already drawn. So the answer was already put on the table before we even came here. First, second, and third.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, actually, though.
It goes identical to what you said. So,
And so this leaves to me to wonder if, like, maybe this is brewing a major short soon, actually.
The short would be here at 85. That's what I had drawn, and I just deleted it. Because on the weekly, you just got a silver cut to the downside. A silver cross to the downside, not a silver cut.
And so for me,
and
it's like
until
that
you take
100
this out, you're not making a lower low. You're probably going to make a lower high.
Yeah, that's true.
And it could be here.
Yeah, that's true. It's in a weird spot, but I think once you lose that weekly 100, we reject it down, stay under it. Could actually be an easy short then, because then the
that could be the
assumption
easiest.
Yeah.
Lower high.
Yeah.
100%. That would be the easiest short. The lose the 100 and then just the retest of the losing the 100. Kind of like this candle right here. But that was bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. But you didn't get the full breakdown. So then it's like, all right, watch the 60s, see. But even at that point, you could even TP that 66. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Yep,
so
yep.
Something I'm watching for the Academy. Something.
Good. Let's keep that in mind. Thank you, señor. Estoy viendo básicamente cómo esto ha corregido. En los aranceles de Robinhood, por ejemplo, corrigió 56%. De acá arriba para abajo hemos corregido 58%. Tenía ya esto puesto. No sé cuánto tiempo lleves viendo esto o no, pero mi primera entrada estaba justamente en esta caja. Entre 73 y los 66. Segunda está entre los 58 y los 53. Y la tercera está entre los 48 y los $40. Es básicamente lo mismo. Esto ya es una buena oportunidad. Esta es una oportunidad de estilo aranceles, pero se acabó ya el breakdown. Puta, está cabrón, ¿no? Porque tienes este alto, tienes este bajo, tienes un alto más bajo, un bajo más bajo, un alto más bajo, un pinche bajo mucho más bajo, un alto más bajo, y ahora estás jugando en medio del rango. Y en medio del rango, siempre y cuando estés por debajo de los 85, es bajista. Puedes ver el por qué. No pudiste romper aquí antes. Ese fue justamente la zona donde estaba el alto pasado. Y acá, una vez más, ya que lo perdiste, lo veniste a retestear. Te dio un SFP de esa misma zona. Y acá siempre y cuando no vayas por arriba de esos $85, acá te debería dar u otro corto ahí u otro corto aquí. Pero quieres buscar para invertir. Tal vez llegaste un poco tarde a esta. No estoy diciendo eso para que te metas en FOMO. A lo que voy es, esto ya lo habíamos pintado desde no sé hace cuánto está esto puesto, pero aquí está tu primera entrada. Yo no confiaría en que esto se va a dar la vuelta de una vez, para nada. Si da un buen ajuste, y una vez más, aquí solamente estás midiendo la caída de los aranceles, ¿no? Del 55%, y aquí ya te dio un 58%. Pero ven a medir esta. No, sonó de la verga eso. Esto fue 90% para abajo. No te estoy diciendo que va a ir 90% para abajo, pero te estoy diciendo, el promedio del 100 ya lo tocaste, has caído por debajo del promedio del 100 todo el tiempo, menos en los aranceles. Aquí llevábamos más fuerza. Ya caíste por debajo de, ¿qué es lo que sigue? El 200, pero está muy lejos. Te vas acercando un poco más. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. Puedes ver que tu promedio del 100 está en esta caja. Puede que tu entrada sea en los 53, tu primera, o un poco arriba cuando este promedio del 100 se ha tocado. Y te da el extra aquí abajo. Y eso ya te pone en una excelente posición, aunque siga bajando por un rato, se va a eventualmente recuperar y pues, llegar a altos históricos. ¿Cuánto tiempo va a tardar? ¿Quién sabe, no? Pero te imaginarás que será rápido, ya que están tokenizando todo y van a hacer que todo el mundo esté apostando en todas las pendejadas que te imagines. A este cuadro es 63%, a este acá 70%, y para tener una caída estilo la pasada, literalmente tendría que llegar a básicamente $18. No creo que ese sea el caso, pero una vez más, todo en este planeta puede pasar, todo. Personalmente me quedo con lo que había puesto antes para que no me dé FOMO, ya viendo el precio acá, ya tuviste tu primera entrada para la gente que lo siguió. Y tal vez escogiste, ¿sabes qué? Yo solamente me voy a meter en segunda y tercera entrada. Bien, nadie te está diciendo que no, pero aquí las tienes. Alrighty, Mr. Farjano, let's go with Palantir for a trade. Daily trade, please.
Alrighty. Daily trade on Palantir.
PLTR, the devil's company. I mean, Peter Thiel's.
Hey, Peter Thiel, his name kind of fits with PLTR. Very familiar.
Oh, yeah. Maybe that's
Maybe
what it is.
That's why he named
By
it
the
that.
way,
So,
I adore the people that use Rumble. Do you know what Rumble is?
is that like a streaming platform?
Yeah, kind of like YouTube. But that sexual abuser, my guy that is now a born-again Christian, Russell Brand, went there and they used him as like the guy, the face for it to bring people in. Peter Thiel owns that. Like, you have to be a fucking moron to think that that's going to be the one that you're going to go to find freedom. Like, go and get fucked, homie.
Whatever happened to that dude? That dude Russell Brand, he used to be in movies, and now he's on YouTube interviews with like 600 viewers.
Well, he was getting a lot of views until they dropped that he was accused of like some sex crimes. And then, you know what the sign is? All those guys that are like born again Christians or Catholics, that's like so what you do? What you do, buddy? Because that's a show.
Fucked up shit.
Huh?
They all did some fucked up shit. It's either
Yeah.
like kill the
he
child
did.
or something.
Exactly.
So start with the 2-day on here. So we are getting a bounce from that bottom 38.2%. It is starting to look like we're putting in a local bottom here. This is going to confirm a local bottom with a new close over about $135.94. So let's say about $136, and that'll also give you a close back over the 5, which you have been below since around $148, $150. And if you can close back over that 5, that gives you a move into somewhere around 142 to 148, or let's say 142 to $150, which is right around the median to the top 38.2%. And currently momentum is deviating the bearish control zone, and it is flipping back up, although it still is in the negative territory. What else there is here? Nothing going. Daily, it's also still flipped up with volatility contracting almost back to extreme lows, and daily is giving you a buy signal, and it's now exiting the bearish control zone. But you do have a bearish cross in the background with the pink crossing below the yellow. It's happening a little bit lower than you would like to see if you're bearish, although this is not going to be negligible. You did get a little bit of a rejection of your 9 EMA from that signal, that dual cross, but from there it doesn't look like it's going to be invalidated because you're holding this bottom 38.2%, and you are back above the 9 now. From here, you just want to see a closure over the median at $138.69, nice number, and that takes you into somewhere around 145 to 150. Let's go down a little bit. 4 hours also flipped up, but very close to, flipped down, but it's very close to flipping back up. And it's also back above the median, which is at 134.68. And if you do close back over that area, you are likely going to go into somewhere around that 142 to 150 area. Let's look at the other side. Nothing here in terms of divergences. Look at this one. Nope. Nothing really. No divergences. Well, 30 minutes got a hidden bullish divergence. Give your target towards somewhere around 140 bucks. We'll go to the gambling time frames. And by the way, I am the biggest retard on the planet, because I was trying to buy a ticket to Guatemala. It's supposed to be tomorrow, and I bought it for today. And I found out 30 minutes before the flight that I bought it on the wrong day. There you go.
That is fucking retarded. That's not gonna sugarcoat it.
I was 100% sure that it said the 21st, and then I checked today, and it says nope, 20th. All right, today is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below about 139 bucks. So you usually do come back to retest these pivots, and you do have another some other setups there that target you up to somewhere around 140 bucks. Interesting. And if this does flip up, you're likely going to break these previous highs from around 150. Daily is already flipped up with volatility back to extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $131.37. Any divergence for me here? Let's see. No, not quite. Let me zoom in. Actually, yes, you're taking out these previous lows. Kind of hard to see on here. You're taking out these previous lows on momentum, while price is still making a higher low, giving you daily hidden bullish divergence here. And this is currently active, and your easy target is somewhere around 138 to 140 bucks. And 4 hours currently flipped up with volatility back at extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $132.72. You are putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence because you did take out this previous high of momentum, or price is still making a lower high. This is going to require momentum to flip down to confirm it, and as for now, it's more likely that daily hidden bullish divergence is going to play out towards around 140. So to wrap it up, though, if you were to come back down, it is looking like from here you are going to see a little bit of an attempt upward to attack somewhere around 138 to 140. And if you can get above about 140 bucks, I do think you're going to go from there to somewhere around like 145 to 150. So right now, I would lean more towards going upwards to tag at least 138 to 140. And if you don't see any rejections from there, then I would expect continuation to sort somewhere around that, closer to that 150 area. And the invalidation is going to be simply getting below the daily low, which is currently at around $132.42. Drop below there, you're likely this is going to come down and retest somewhere into the 120s at that point. But right now, I'm leaning towards that movement to somewhere close to 140.
Thank you, senor. And Alex, for you, BE, Bloom Energy, por favor, for a trade. Palantir anda en pleno modo de breakdown, pero muy interesante. Básicamente, y esto coincide justo con lo que dice Farhan, lo sabía. Ok. Estás en una clara tendencia bajista, ¿no? Tienes tu... ¿Por qué lo digo? Para la gente que esté empezando, no sé por qué vergas quiero escribir. Alto, bajo. Alto más bajo. Vamos a ponerlo en grandes tendencias. Bajo más bajo. Alto más bajo. Un bajo más bajo. ¿No? Altos más bajos, y ahora estás jugando en un famoso triangulito. Este famoso triangulito, dame un segundo, este famoso triangulito te va a dar una buena posición, pero ahorita estás buscando un trade en la diaria. Y si pones atención acá, vienes alto, bajo, alto, bajo, alto, y esta es la pregunta que te tienes que hacer. Y sería muy fácil poder probar que sí o que no. ¿Por qué? Porque Farhan lo ve con más posibilidad de subir, porque tienes este alto y tienes este bajo, y ya vas en camino para arriba. ¿Cómo invalidas un long? Te puedes meter en long aquí, donde estás tal cual, te puedes esperar a ver si baja más, si baja al final de la vela, pero puedes invalidarlo simplemente bajando de esto. Si llegas a perder la parte baja de esta vela en un jalón para abajo, eso quiere decir que este alto todavía no te da el bajo. ¿Ok? Entonces puedes entrar en long tal cual ahorita. ¿Y dónde lo puedes invalidar? Básicamente puedes ver acá que tuviste este potente SFI. Acá se hizo más leve. Yo me iría cuando esté cerca del promedio del 100 en un long, con tu invalidación justamente aquí con esta vela, el bajo de esta vela. Te lo llegas a llevar y eso ¿cuánto es? Estás buscando un long. Está buena la invalidación, ¿eh? O sea, es un 2.41%, por lo que poco apalancamiento es recomendado en esta operación, brother. Pero sí, o sea, no está tan difícil. El problema es que estás justamente ahorita en medio. Este probablemente sea un trade que no toco a menos de que esté por aquí abajo, que me dé una invalidación que esté mejor, donde pueda hacerlo por menos de 1% para que mínimo un 10X tenga sentido. Es lo que yo buscaría. Ahora, tienes el trade del otro lado. ¿Qué pasa si llegas al promedio del 100 y a esta parte alta? Aquí tienes más chance de un corto. Llegas a romper esto y te vas a ir al alza, pero puedes ver que tiene menos fuerza. Aquí fue el momento fuerte donde todos los EMAs estaban juntos y luego caíste y los abrió así. Una vez que los abres así, llevas más fuerza a la baja que para la alza. ¿Ok? Entonces, si no te entra el long aquí y no quieres tener una invalidación tan grande, espérate, mejora que llegues a cerca del promedio del 100 y ahí es donde te deberías de dar grasa para un corto. Pero por ahora tienes más probabilidades de que esto sí vaya a subir ahí. Tu invalidación sería la parte baja de esta vela, pero está muy lejos. Y hay veces que no tienes por qué meterte en un trade que te quede tan lejos, mi hermano o hermana. All right, Alex, we're ready for you. 1 second.
Perfect.
My shit. BE.
Nice. Bloom Energy. Actually, the daily's looking quite bullish. I mean, you're getting back of that median, daily 9, and even the 5. I mean, last time you were kind of in this environment was over in this region here in April before you had that busting action move to the extreme zone on the HBDR. You notice whenever you hold that daily 5 and also the 9, you just expand up to the extreme zone. So here is an interesting day because you are actually reclaiming that daily 5 and 9. You notice for the last few days, you've been rejecting it down. This took you to the daily EMA 34. And well, during that move down, you've just been actually getting a volatility setup. So you do know a move is brewing here. To me, this is more likely to start breaking to the upward near the $300 region if today you close actually above that 276 zone. That'll be a reclaim of your daily 9 and 5. Most importantly, you'll get back above that median as well. I am looking at really price action to close somewhere around here. And then for a trade, you're just simply longing any throwback to the 5 and 9. As long as you stay above that, you're looking for a move back to around the 290. Get back above 290 will confirm to me this was a bottom. And you will be looking for just a move back to around the high, essentially right around 311. And remember what I mentioned, if you get back above the daily 5 and 9, here I can delete this, we can really look. You do just start really expanding to the extreme zone. Here you got back above the 9 and 5, and this took you all the way up to the extreme zone. 9 and 5 held, extreme zone. Even during the chop here, 9 and 5 held, took you to the extreme zone. So that's why this is going to be potentially an easy trade that actually gives you a new all-time high. Taking you to similar regions would mean that, you know, from simply that 275 to 276 reclaim, you could go all the way up to around that 340 to maybe 369. So when you go on a monthly and you start really viewing this again, right, even the monthly HBDR once higher, so higher time frames would give you a good confluence of that. But just understand that really, I mean, if the daily 5 and 9 does get lost and you do end up losing, let's say 242, or very simply May 19th low, that's when this volatility setup starts firing to the downside. That's when you most likely get a major move down to 186 and possibly 130. And that'll most likely just correlate to a monthly EMA 9 retest. which, mind you, since April, right, since we talked about this mainly, this had that busting action move. You haven't really retested the zone. I mean, you slightly not even got near the 5 here. So if that daily starts really losing May 19th low, that's when you don't want to be really stingy for longs, and you actually want to be looking for a short. This could be a very easy gap down, and somewhere around 242 could give you a rejection down to that 180s. But until then, this is looking actually quite bullish, and continuation is more likely as long as in the next 3 hours you close above 276. So for that, I will just be looking for a long, maybe into tomorrow you open down, you fill your long, get back above 290, confirms the long, and then you can even add on a reclaim of that.
You're using the 9 for that?
Yeah, the 9 and the 5. Using both whenever it gets back above, just generally means it's going to start moving up again. So in terms of like trades, that kind of is what I'm seeing. Looks like, you know, maybe a gap fill, moving up, reclaim it today, long the throwback, and then just use that 290 spot as kind of your, you know, area of resistance. If it reclaims it, it's an SR, and then that'll really confirm you're going to make a new all-time high. Because really everything is confirming pretty nicely on this chart after today. Even that median's about to get reclaimed, and that would take you up to 305. But like I mentioned here, anytime you get back above that 5 and 9, you just reach the extremes. So that's kind of what I'm gauging here. And even the monthly is saying hold the 61.8%. You will start moving up towards the 78.6. That is at $422. No matter how you interpret that, that just means, you know, probably a little higher. Let's see here, 97.5% at $322. So that's even, you know, making again another all-time high here. 88.3 is at that 331. So yeah, I think we could easily move into that 88.3, 78.6% at like 369 to 347. So for me, watch the daily 5 and 9 throwback. That should give you a pretty easy trade on, you know, BE. And as long as you're holding above the 5 and 9, there's no reason to overcomplicate this chart. And this just looks like another retest of the 9 and the 34. Once you lose 242, though, all bets are off. This isn't a breakdown, and I will be gauging a major move down from that point. That's where an easy short activates, and you most likely move down 23% and activating this, you know, volatility setup to the downside. But yeah, I mean, daily still in silver cross posturing too. So this would just play the daily silver cross essentially.
Makes sense. Thank you, senor. And for Mr. Farjano, after this, we got hymns for investment. Hymns. Make your dick hard and invest hard. Both things can be doable at the same time, boys.
Amazing.
Invest hard with your hard dick. Hymns. Ok. Estamos en una clara tendencia alcista en esta chingadera, ¿no? En B, no lo tienes que negar. Estoy viendo la diaria. Vas a hacer un trade rápido. Esto es lo que quieres ver, ¿no? Se me hace interesante porque ¿en dónde vergas tienen esto para poder hacerle un trade a menos de que estés haciendo opciones? Y ahí, aquí tienes dos cosas que tienes que considerar. Uno, desde acá que caíste al promedio del 100, tuviste un reseteo de este golpe para arriba, apenas caíste al 5, apenas caíste al 9, no tocaste el 21, tocaste el 21 y no has caído al 34. ¿Por qué digo esto? Porque si ahorita no te da un nuevo alto por encima de los 308 con este movimiento, probablemente vayas a ver el 34 o el 55. ¿Ok? La otra cosa que tienes en esta tabla que me dice, ojo, es tienes este alto y este bajo que es más bajo que este, instantáneamente. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que recomiendas siempre que te metes en tablas de esta temporalidad? Ve las más bajas. Tienes acá la de 12 horas. 12 horas está preparando un setup de volatilidad también. Tienes este tope, continuación, bajo, bajo más bajo, y hasta ahorita tienes un alto más bajo. Esta línea de acá puede rechazarte tranquilamente en los 2.95, ¿no? 8 horas, ¿me cuenta alguna otra historia? 8 horas prácticamente lo mismo. Ceros de volatilidad preparándose. estaba intentando expandir un poco en la caída, pero se fue de lado, entonces no hay nada confirmado. 4 horas es la que yo estoy viendo. Tienes todo este chop de volatilidad que no te dice nada, pero tengo una vela topera aquí. Y además, estoy cerrando este gap, ¿ok? Este gap lo vas a cerrar o no. Esto puede funcionar como una trampa, lo hemos platicado varias veces en cómo funcionan los gaps, ¿no? De acá. Este gap, por ejemplo, de acá, no lo cerraste acá. Simplemente te dejó parcialmente cerrado, ¿ok? Entonces, ¿qué vas a hacer? Es la pregunta del millón. 1, encima de esto, vas a hacer un nuevo alto histórico. Definitivamente, bueno, es obvio porque ya lo estarías pasando. Y esto sería alcista y esto fue simplemente una trampa y esperarías que como vaya subiendo, esto le dé más fuerza. Ahorita todavía no lo cruza, ya lo tiene cruzado a la baja, donde el 21 está encima del 9. Eso me dice un poco de debilidad. No te vas a meter en un trade cuando estás en medio de una zona, ¿no? Y esta zona va de acá a acá, de los 310 a los 242. Es una zona bastante grande. ¿Qué puedes hacer? Si te quieres meter en un trade que sea long, te recomendaríamos, como dice Alex, que lo vieras de esta forma. Puedes ver que el promedio del 9 y el 21 están en esta zona de acá, en los 273. ¿Qué es lo que puedes usar para invalidar este long? Sencillo, este mínimo. ¿Por qué? Porque si te llegas a llevar este mínimo, este fue tu tope, fue tu alto más bajo y esto estaría siendo, espérame, el mamé. Esto estaría siendo algo así. Si es que no te llevas este tope, bajas y te llevas este mínimo, fue tu alto, va a ser un bajo, sea más alto o más bajo que este, da igual, pero bajarías de acá. Entonces tu invalidación estaría aquí. No estás en un lugar donde quieras entrar ahorita, ni de mamada. Vamos a ver cuál es el porcentaje de invalidación de tu promedio del 21 que está aquí en los 274.16. Está más grande que el pasado, 349%. Aquí no me meto, a menos de que de verdad crea que esto va a ir para arriba. Mañana, que por ahí del 34, más o menos en los 267, que haga esto y se vaya y no se lleve este mínimo. Tiene que ser esencial eso, porque esto te va a permitir una invalidación que tiene sentido. Las demás no. Estás a la mitad de entender si esto fue el tope o si esto hay continuación para ir a hacer un tope y un alto más alto. Todavía no tienes la respuesta y estás muy lejos de invalidarlo en donde sea. Ahora, si esto llegara, digamos, ¿no? A subir así, no hace un alto y cae, el retesteo de esta zona es corto. Pero a mí me huele a trampa, a mí me huele que tal vez no vayas a hacer ese alto porque simplemente este gap acá, está funcionando como una trampa. Te está invitando a cerrarlo. Ya fuiste y cerraste parcialmente hasta acá. De aquí a acá, donde ves el promedio del 5, en la de 4 horas. Aquí no hay un trade. Básicamente tu trade sería regresar más o menos a donde está el promedio del 34 en la de 4 horas. Ahí agarrarlo, invalidarlo con la parte baja de esta vela. Si te lo llevas para abajo, adiós. Ahorita estás muy lejos para arriba y muy lejos para abajo. Pero ahí están las ideas. Bien. Okay, HIMS for investment. So we're going to invest our hard-earned money on HIMS.
This is that company that sends you the Cialis over the mail, I believe.
That's right.
This is for a long-term or short-term investment?
It's a long-term investment, senor.
I am extremely retarded and or deaf.
It could be both. Why is it mutually exclusive?
It's definitely both. ¿Por qué no los dos? I only know that line because of that one old El Paso taco commercial.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It was pretty good.
And then I impressed with my Spanish. I go, ¿por qué no los dos?
Oh, David Reed.
Pretty cultured. So we'll start with the quarterly on this. Quarterly did come back down all the way to test this 38.2%. We did see a move down from our all-time highs of around 81%. That is a shitcoin pullback crash. And we came down to retest these previous lows from where we started going parabolic, like up only. We came very close to taking out this low. We didn't quite take it out. This is at $13.47, and our current low is at about $13.74. And as you see, we are starting to get momentum, starting to slightly tick back up. And you are putting in possibility for hidden bullish divergence because you need to take out every one of these last major lows on momentum, while price is still making a higher low on a closing basis. Because this close is at around $18.42, and this closes at $20.76. And to confirm this divergence, you will need to make a local bottom here. And to confirm a local bottom, you have to close back over about $36.45, which is like more than 50% above price action at this moment. But if you can close over that area, that is going to take you towards somewhere around right now, somewhere between the 50% range on the HPDR and the 78.6%, which puts you basically close to your current all-time highs. Gives you a range between $52 and about $67 if you can get that close back over this wick high. And right now, the median is sitting at right around where we are at about $21.64. And if you can close over the median, that's what gives you a move to the top 38.2%, which takes you well above this previous wick high, which makes it a lot easier to confirm that hidden bullish divergence. Monthly is starting to flip back up now from the extremes with volatility contracting. Monthly did get a close back over the 55 with a nice deviation of it, and you got to close back over the 5 EMA. So as of now, you want to make sure that the monthly doesn't deviate to 55. You just want to continue closing over that 55. You have about 9 days and 4 hours left to go. And if you can close back over that region, then I would expect this high to be taken out and go towards somewhere around somewhere around the low 30s, low to mid 30s. 2 week, let's see. 2 weeks is currently flipped up with volatility very close to expanding. You are putting in possibility for many drives of hidden bearish divergence here, and this will be confirmed with any close below $25.35. And if you do confirm that, it gives you a move down to somewhere around $15 to test these lows again and sweep this low. And at that point, it is going to make it a lot more likely you're going to make a new low, probably somewhere around like $6 to $7. Coming down to the 100% where it likes to bottom out at. You came close to, you're very close to putting in a silver cross to the downside as well. Take a Balzac away from crossing. This is going to cross as long as you're closing below $30. And that gives you a nice little dumpski when they do cross. Weekly currently getting a slight bounce from the 200 right at the top, 38.2%. Doesn't look strong at all though, and you are getting momentum flipping down. About to lose the bullish control zone with volatility contracting, and you currently have the jewel about to lose the buy signal as well, kind of losing the curvature here. You do have a bullish cross with the pink above the yellow, however. It's not looking the best, and this will be invalidated if you close below this 200 and this 38.2%. 5 day as well, right around that 38.2%. Momentum still flipped up, it is close to flipping down. So it gives you that number of around 20 to $21 as a very important line in the sand. As long as you're closing over about $22, I would expect another move upwards to tag somewhere around the high 20s. And then that makes it more possible to put in that local bottom and take you into that upper, I believe it was like high to mid 30s. 2 day also very close to flipping up, although it is still technically flipped down. Zoom in here, you did lose at 38.2%, but you made your way to the target, which is the 78.6, and now you're getting a bounce from that 78.6. Close in about 3 hours. So if you close over the 78.6, then we should see another move into somewhere around $25, 24 to $25. Daily currently still flipped down, getting very extreme to the downside. Daily is also very close to putting in a local bottom. This will confirm with any close over 22.69, nice number, and that gives you a move into somewhere around this 55 EMA, around that's in $25, and you are very close to putting in a silver cross down. Probably 2 more closes below about $24.80, and this is going to cross. 4-hour currently firstly flipped back up. 4-hour close to a local bottom. This will put in a local bottom with a close over 22.67. That'll also put in a bullish engulfing dildo, and that'll send this up to somewhere around that $24 to $25 region. What you got here? Local top, you have hit the easy target. If you were to continue, you'd hit the neutral zone, which is sitting at $6. It's going to update very likely. And right now, your resistance is at the bullish control zone at 32.50, right in that low to mid 30s area. Neutral zone is at about $30. 2 weeks about to put in a fresh drive bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below $30.56, and that's going to give you a minimum target down to about $13.60. Weekly has confirmed hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $30.56, and it's going to give you a move down to somewhere between the neutral zone and the bearish control zone. That puts you between $16.30 and $2. Leaning more towards that $15 to $16 area. 3 days already confirmed the divergence, gives you a target towards somewhere around $22 and then 14. 2 days also confirmed the hidden bearish divergence, gives you a move to around 19 to $20. Dailies also confirmed hidden bearish divergence. The critical zone's at 11, but this is going to update several times. And then 4 hours confirmed hidden bearish divergence as well, but this will be active as long as you're closing below $25. So if you were to come back around to test that $24 to $25 region, it would still keep this active. And your next target is going to be critical zones at already in the critical zones at $23. Already 25. Back up a little bit. Let's get momentum. It's kind of pointless to sign up for HIMS to have your dick pills shipped to you in the mail when you can just drive over the border to Mexico and buy them for nothing from the pharmacy, from Farmacia Similares.
The problem is a lot of people don't live by the border of Mexico.
Oh, I see.
Imagine someone in New York. Then they're going to have to go to Canada. That place is full of fat. No, I'm just kidding.
I think America's the only place where you need a prescription for those dick pills.
Well, in America, it's the only place where you need a prescription for everything, which makes no sense. Well, it makes sense because of the incentives. They want to make sure. Think about it like this. They're tracking all of the sales. That's all they need, so they can know what doctor deserves to get paid $500,000 to go talk to an event. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I see.
And it's a little tracking mode, because otherwise, how do you know what doctor to bribe properly? I mean, not bribe, invite over to do a speaking thing for $500,000.
And then all their food and shit gets paid for by the pharmaceutical companies too.
That's the least of the thing that they get, homie. The least.
Yeah, there's a couple of dudes I know who they got a credit card from Pfizer, and
yeah, exactly. That's pretty good, no? An unlimited credit card.
Buy whatever they want with it.
Yeah.
So on the higher time frames, we do currently have momentum flipped down, although I do think right now that we are closer towards the end of this move to the downside than we are towards the beginning. And this is going along with momentum reaching pretty close to the edge of the bearish control zone, but not quite yet. On this next open, it is going to be right at the edge of the bearish control zone. And at that point, I do think this pivot is going to go down. But we have to see what happens on this next open. And we're also coming right down to this monthly quarterly 21. This is the first time ever we have tapped the quarterly 21. And this is going to be a significant reaction from that zone, whether we're going to be bearish or bullish in this region. Even if we're going to make a little bit of a lower low from here, I do think that we are going to see just decent reaction from this 21. But we've already seen a pretty nice bounce. We've seen from this open around 50, almost 52% to the upside. We just want to see maintain closures over this 21, and then I'd expect another move into somewhere around high 20s. Monthly is also flipped down right at the edge of that critical zone. It's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 31.20, and you are currently working on a double extreme on volatility. 2 week is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over about $17.83. But you're very close to getting this silver crossing to the downside. The last time you silver crossed to the downside, you made a slightly lower low, but that was your bottom after that. And from the cross, how much did you go down? Let's see. Not that much, 17% lower. So if we were to just assume that it crosses from here, no, wrong way. Assume that it crosses from around this region here. 17% doesn't really take you that much to a lower low. This brings you back to somewhere around 18 to 20 bucks. If you were to do 20%, sweeps this current low, but still not making it a new lower low. Basically, like right over here, you didn't make the new lower low, you just swept this low here. Similar idea. So that also goes along with the idea where on the high time frames, it does look like most of that move is played out. And weekly is now starting to confirm that, very close to flipping back down, and it will flip down below 24.57. 5 days also very close to flipping back down, but flips down below 25.14. 2 days already flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 27.76. Daily is currently also flipped down, but very close to flipping up, and it will flip up if you close over 22.37. And 4 hours also very close to flipping up, and it will flip up if you close over about 23 bucks. So right now on the high time frames, it does look to me like most of this move to the downside is played out, if not all of it. If maybe we'll see a couple of retests of that low, but I'm not really looking towards breaking towards a new lower low yet. I do think you're going to get a little bit of a move down here to tap somewhere around like $18.20. And if you're looking for a long-term perspective, somewhere as close to 20 bucks as possible as you can get into it, I would like to aim for that. This would be a spot play, zero leverage, and I'd put your stop loss at not this wick low, because I do think that there's a possibility of this wick low getting taken out. I'd put it at this one here at around $13.47, and that is very wide of a stop. That's why I would not use any leverage on this type of thing, and I wouldn't enter in all at once. I'd try to enter into a layered type of bid, where start entering somewhere around 18 bucks all the way 20 bucks down to somewhere around like 15, and then any drop below 13.47, and you would just completely cut the whole position. But I do think right now from here you're going to come back down, retest this low somewhere around like 18 bucks, maybe somewhere closer to like 14 bucks in that region. And then from there, grind out this region. I don't think it's going to be straight back up. Then if you can put in a local bottom on the high time frames, which right now to confirm a local bottom, you got to close over 36.45, but eventually it's going to be easier. And as long as you don't take out this low on a closing basis at 18.42, then you will have hidden bullish divergence, and that will target the highs. But as of now, we're just front running all of that, trying to guess. So we want to see what happens on this move to the downside. If we can hold it or not, we can make any local bottoms, because maybe you just smash right through and come down to $5. Maybe you go to zero. Who knows? Right now, I'm thinking that a little bit of a move down, maybe retest somewhere around this low, chop around this region, and then make another attempt to the upside. We'll see.
That's the hard thing about these things, right? Like, is it going to go bankrupt? The other thing is on the 2 week, that silver cross to the downside is about to happen, and that's never happened on the chart before because the chart's not that old. Yeah, so I'm sure this would have been a silver cross to the downside right here. And that move was 90% to the downside. So far, you've seen an 80% move to the downside. And like I said, like, for example, now that Trump is making medicine, according to him, right, and Mark Cuban, that they're making medicine more affordable, which will never happen in my view. But okay, let's go with it. Would that get fucked in here? Like, if that happens, do these guys get fucked?
And, probably do, to be honest.
Yeah, good point.
Right? So I don't know, but if you're wanting to invest in this thing, just like you said, it would be a nice idea to do like close to this area right here, the $20 one. If you get back here another entry at 14 and perhaps load the clip at 10, but then that means that it's not going to go bankrupt. Like, it's not going to give you the PayPal pattern, right? I don't know if you remember, guys, but I showed on PayPal, for example, right here in November of 2024. No, right here. Yeah, December, November of 2024. They were telling people, look at how low PayPal is. Look at how low PayPal is. Oh, yeah? Fuck you, buddy. Right? Look at Nike. Tim Cook bought $1 million worth of Nike. Yeah, $1 million to Tim Cook is like fucking Cheetos, like buying Cheetos to me. And guess what? It won't stop coming down. This is the hard thing about this market. Like, you really need to know what the fuck you're getting into. It's not anymore just throw your chips at the table and then everything is going to go green, right? So, Alex, Oracle for a trade, por favor. Esto está difícil, ¿ok? Porque puede ser que estés cerca o hayas visto el fondo por acá en HIMS. Y acá una vez más, te podemos dar técnicamente lo que tienes que hacer. Y para no hacerte el cuento largo, ahí te va. Revisitas esta zona de los 19.70, primera entrada. Segunda entrada por acá de los 14.62, contando que te lo lleves o no te lo lleves este mínimo. Y donde sueltas el clip rico en $10. Una vez más, 19.70, 14.70 y $10. Tú puedes escoger cómo entrar o no. La cosa es, estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado en la de 2 semanas que nunca has tenido. Clara tendencia bajista. Hiciste tope en febrero del 2025. Estás ahí como las altcoins. Estás rechazando. Ahora, ¿tienes por qué aguantar esta zona y reventar a la alza? Este fue tu alto. ¿Dónde va a ser tu mínimo? Esa es la pregunta que tienes que hacerte. Y lo que digo con esto es, en Estados Unidos están a punto de pasar, o tal vez no, porque todo es mentira, ¿no? Que Mark Cuban y Trump quieren hacer que las medicinas bajen de precio. ¿Cuál es el punto de eso? ¿Cómo los doctores van a hacer cientos de millones de dólares por mantener a la gente enferma si hacen eso? No se puede. Entonces, ¿va a cambiar Estados Unidos y los doctores? No lo creo, ¿no? Eso es lo primero que tengo que decir. Pero tienes que ver esto como se ve PayPal, ¿no? PayPal te mandaron a decir, y esto se los enseñé en X, para los que no hayan ido, aquí, en noviembre del 2024, literalmente hace 2 años y medio, te dijeron que PayPal, ve lo abajo que está PayPal, ¿no? Ve de esto hasta acá, ve lo abajo que está PayPal. Dios, vean dónde está PayPal. ¿No? Y luego te mandan, güey, Tim Cook compró Nike, brother. No mames, qué chingón. Y continúa bajando. La cosa es, vas a comprar estas empresas que tal vez, y ahora, esto es donde tú tienes que tener tu convicción en lo que estás comprando, cabrón, ¿no? Porque los fondos se sienten de la chingada y te van a sacar si no tienes convicción, ¿no? También puedes ser un pinche necio y compraste BlackBerry, ¿no? Mámate esta. Otra de esas. Me lo pongo así en contexto. BlackBerry hizo tope en el 2008. Y luego digamos que lo compraste acá, o acá, o acá, o creíste que compraste el fondo acá y subió hasta acá y te lo quedaste porque dijiste, güey, voy a hacer un 30x en mi dinero. Y luego volviste a hacer un nuevo bajo. Una vez más, técnicamente hablando, en simple análisis técnico, esto es lo que debería de ser. 19.70, 14.70 y 10. Caes de esta zona y se va a recortar otro 50% a esos 5. Y ya de ahí que te digo, ¿no? A los mínimos de los mínimos. No tengo ni puta idea. Técnicamente hablando, 19.70, 14.60 y $10. Ahí lo tienes. Alrighty. Oracle for a trade.
Nice. It's like on Oracle, it's interesting because when you view the monthly, it's looking somewhat bullish. I mean, it seems like you're potentially going to reclaim that 9, get back in a monthly buy trigger and potentially move up. But as you go down in the time frames, it actually starts looking actually bearish. And then you remember, well, macro trend is down. So is this just grinding out the next major macro lower high? while volatility is finally now in contraction after being in the extreme zone since July 2025. So multiple months here of just being at 100% of volatility means a major move is coming here and still more likely to result down. So when looking for a trade, we know macro trends down. We know we are at major resistance. This was the last big spot in December, December 2024, where we essentially rejected at 195, 196, all the way down to that 120s. You start looking at the weekly, it's, again, looking promising. You can argue this is a weekly buy trigger, but this is where I'm going to need to see more data here. If you're going to be bullish on this chart, you need to see multiple closures above the 34. So far you've had one, you're on the second one. I'd like to see it going into next week. If it continues to hold above the 34, that'll be a good sign that we most likely are going to move back up to 198. Like I mentioned, that's big resistance. The only way you really can get bullish on this chart is if you consistently close back above 198, that'll instantly put this back in bull territory, and you'll actually get a measured move to around $223, possibly testing kind of that macro trend. But until then, this has 2 days left until the weekly. This is where the lower timeframes are now going to be our friend. Remember, you're not very far off from getting back within the weekly 34, essentially putting this back within the moving average ranges on the weekly. The bi-weekly here is also closing in 2 days. Awesome. We have more data. And you, again, notice you are about to get back within this bi-weekly 34. Now, last major dump was here in January, December, and it was off of that bi-weekly 34. So actually now this is starting to look weak. If in 2 days you actually close back under the 34 on the bi-weekly, this is really going to start giving you implications that you're going to start moving back down to 174, or basically a 5.6% move down minimum. And then if that doesn't hold, well, that's when this will majorly start breaking down. Okay, so then now when we're looking at the 5-day, we actually see a massive 5-day shooting star. So maybe confluence at the macro, the monthly, has produced a lower high. And so now this is where the trade can actually, maybe we can start looking for a trade here. Because again, we're kind of just in that same spot back in December before we massively dumped here. So if the shooting star is going to actually take hold, I'd like to see this high actually hold at 271 cents. And then essentially you're going to see a rejection off that 5-day 34. In my opinion, bears have two options here. You can either take the aggressive short, which is just as long as the 5 days under the 34, you're more likely to move back down to the 174 region. Or you essentially wait here, watch the 5-day top candle. Once you get back under 174 is going to be the ultimate confluence of the next leg down. At this point, you very easily can move all the way back down to 136 to 140. Or, basically like an 18 to 23% move. So you technically have a 5-day short trigger just solely based off this deviation, this candle, and the fact that we rejected 198. But as you see on this chart, the easy trade, in my opinion, is just waiting for 174 to become loss. Once you lose it on the 5-day each and every time, you have essentially moved down. Here, this gave you a move back down of about 11%. Here was another one, rejection down 31%. This was a failure, but still gave you wick basis 3%. And then, of course, this was a failure. From close, let's just measure it. But still gave you 3%. So the point is really, you do have options here as a bear. I'm not going to be bullish on this until you actually break back above $200. That's when you can start focusing on $223 to maybe even all the way up to $260. Until then, be very cautious of this rejecting right here. You have a cluster of moving averages. This makes it a very easy zone to gauge. Once you lose 174, that's ultimate confluence of your short. So if you are someone basically taking this trade here, You have
No, wait, they want to invest.
Oh, they wanted to invest? Oh, okay.
Wait, no. You're hang on. Now I'm confused. 1 second.
Oh,
1 second. You might be completely right. No, it's a trade. You're right. You're totally fucking right. I'm sorry. My bad. I'm gonna go fuck myself.
no, it's all good. Honestly, because even investing, like I mentioned, very fast, just the macro trends down. If you want to be an investor in this, close monthly 9, back above, and get back above $200. I don't see why you're not going to move up. But until then, what we're seeing now is maybe that monthly, weekly, bi-weekly are going to trap bulls here. And if this ends up coming actually down, this could just be another hindsight trade where you do have a valid bearish setup on the 5-day. Understand this is more aggressive simply based on how far the stop loss is. But with what I see here, I think you easily have confluence of this 5-day top candle. And then you easily can, retest either that 5-day SMA 200, if not all the way at that 140 zone. But again, if you're not wanting to take this 5-day as a 5-day trade, essentially, just wait for the daily. You're here playing your daily 34. You're essentially waiting for all of this to play out, gives you that swift breakdown. And then all you're playing is as long as you're under that daily 34 or again, 174, you're more likely to get the breakdown trade. So bears have more options here than bulls, in my opinion. Because look at this, even right on the daily, this isn't bullish. You're under the SMA 200. Yes, you're holding above the EMA 100, but now you've just freshly lost the 9. And even more so, this is in a daily downtrend currently. This was the lower low break. So again, this is looking like it's grinding out the lower high on the daily. And again, that's exactly what you'd want to see if you're potentially gauging a macro lower high here. Because again, yes, 3 months of green, great. But is this just a macro lower high after multiple months of lows? So that is kind of what I have on Oracle. It's overall bearish, kind of outlook. And the only way, again, I'll become bullish on this is if you get a $200 reclaim. Ideally, over time, this SMA 200 moves down to $200. But for me, that's an easy gauge. And so, again, easy trade, patience. 174 loss, short that. You just simply stay under the daily EMA 100. You are going to be shorting this. You are going to target 130s. If you want more an aggressive trade, but still a valid setup, this is the 5-day setup. You're basically playing the EMA 34, trying to get something like this here, where you essentially, if you're playing this, you essentially want this to start rejecting now. 7 days, you get rejection. That at least takes you to 174, where then you either TP your trade, that's 5%, or you get confluence of the second short activating and you just add to your short. Only way, again, you're wrong is if you take 200 out. And again, confluence of that, which is that 5-day top candle, which is a shooting star. You are at the 5-day extremes here. You rejected the 95%. You do see the top 38.2% at 156. So again, this absolutely can afford a pullback. I just hope everyone's aware. And it is still more likely to see that just based on macro trend. So at first I was going into Oracle thinking, oh yeah, this could be actually a nice long. But the more I looked at it, the more it just started to look really weak to me, honestly. And that's why I like that $200 kind of line in the sand for us, because that'll at least keep us in check. And yes, I know the daily has a silver cross, but as we get closer to that 55, this will start actually invalidating. Notice now how that daily 9 is starting to come really down. Soon this will cross the 21. And at that point, this will start invalidating that silver cross. So in my opinion, you are starting to see really Oracle shift bearish. And the trade for now should be more on the bearish outlook. The trend is your friend. And now with daily trend even down, now you have macro and lower time frame trend down. Watch your rejection around 187, 186. Use the all-time high here, or not the all-time high, but the range high at $200 is your hard stop loss. Target 174. Once you lose 174, this will activate a second short, and you will simply notice anytime you stay under 174 on Oracle generally leads to a move down, and that move down can be quite impressive, about 10 to 15%. Essentially playing the range, which is 174 to 132. Obviously, if you lose the 130s, this is a cook chart. I'll actually be pretty surprised if you end up losing the 130s, because really it's going to start signaling you're going to go down to the 112, and if not all the way down to $65. I mean, yeah, that would be pretty epic. But right, so far not too bad. We want to watch 174 really closely. So that's all I have on Oracle. Pretty easy stuff. 2 trades. Bears have options, and with trend now shifted and daily volatility contracting, along with monthly finally in contraction, it does seem like bears have more of an easy way down than bulls up.
I couldn't agree more, senor. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, making it super simple. After this one, Solana for a trade, Mr. Farhano, por favor.
All right.
That'll be a good one.
Yeah, Solana is interesting right now.
Yeah.
Oracle, como siempre, haciendo sus gatadas. ¿Por qué? Topas acá, caes acá, dices a huevo. Y todo el mundo ya puesto, ¿no? Corto, voy a hacer mi corto y ponerlo acá. Hijo de puta, como Bitcoin vino, sacó a todo el mundo en el corto y después te dio el movimiento a la baja. Una mega mamada. Ahora, puedes notar en la tabla diaria que dándose, haz lo que gustes, ya pasó un rato, ya tuvo el movimiento, volatilidad está acompañando a esto a irse para abajo. Alto, bajo. Alto más alto, ya estás en un bajo más bajo. ¿Ok? Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que tienes que tomar en cuenta? Estoy viendo la diaria y en la diaria tengo el promedio del 100 justamente en la zona de los 176, ¿no? Junto al 34. Si me acerco en la de 4 horas, la de 4 horas me pone las mejores pistas de todas. La de 4 horas me enseña perfectamente lo que está pasando. Tienes literalmente el subidón, el bajo, el nuevo alto y el bajo. ¿Qué tienes acá? Un gap. ¿Para qué sirve el gap? Si Oracle normalmente es una gatada tramposa, ¿qué es lo que te va a hacer? Lo que esperarías es ver la vela de entre hoy y mañana tocar acá los 186 aquí y rechazar. Ahí podrías empezar un corto agresivo. ¿Dónde lo cortas? 188 en esto. Porque si no se va a seguir moviendo para arriba. Y eso te da una excelente entrada con una excelente invalidación. La otra cosa que puedes hacer también es esperarte a este nivel de los 191, entrar aquí y tu invalidación sea esto. Pero puedes ver que a Oracle le gusta hacer las gatadas de un alto más alto. Personalmente creo que va a regresar a hacer eso. No. ¿Por qué? Porque acá ya tengo debilidad en la tabla. Ya me está enseñando que el 5 está por debajo del 21, el 9 está a punto de cruzar para abajo del 21 y además voy cayendo en el rango, ¿no? Donde aguanté primero en el 21, primero caí, casi toqué el 34, después aguanté el 21, después caí del 34 y vine al 55, el que sigue es el 100, ¿ok? Ese sería tu primer trade. La oportunidad bueno, tienes dos, ¿no? La de los 187, justamente aquí en tu promedio del 34, en tu promedio del 9 y el 21 con una invalidación de esta vela. Si te sales, la invalidación está muy corta, así que ahí calcúlalo bien para poder poner el apalancamiento correcto con la posición, con el tamaño correcto de posición. Si no, también puedes aplicar el 191, 192 con invalidación en este tope de acá en los 196. O la mejor, en la opinión de Alex, es caes, pierdes esta zona y el retesteo del promedio del 100 es a lo que le haces el corto. Porque una vez que pierdas el promedio del 100 en la de 4 horas, en la diaria, dame 30 minutos a que esto corrija. En la diaria tienes el 57, el 55 y aquí arribita también tienes el promedio del 100 en los 176. Entonces lo puedes hacer con el de la diaria más bien, es el promedio del 100 que yo usaría en los 176 si es que te lo ves perderlo. No instantáneamente, el retesteo. Retesteo. ¿Por qué? Porque puedes ver lo importante que fue acá. Pum, lo subiste, pum, lo perdiste, te rechazó y después reventaste. Entonces, si vuelves a regresar, caes por debajo del 100, muy probablemente no te vaya a reventar una vez más a la alza. Y ahí tienes todas las opciones de tu trade. Promedio del 9 diario, digo en la de 12 horas, Tienes también tu promedio del 100 en la diaria, en la de 12 horas, perdón, en los 176, o los 191 con la invalidación aquí arriba en los 196. Cualquiera de eso funciona, pero es corto. Y ahora, esto simplemente visto en la semanal o la de 2 semanas para que tengan una buena perspectiva. Está cayendo, tocó nuestra primera zona, segunda zona para agregar y tercera zona de agregar. Por si están invirtiendo a largo plazo en Oracle. Ahí lo tienen. Vámonos a ver Solana, damas y caballeros. Solamis, Mr. Farjano.
Alrighty. Soy Lana.
For a trade.
Consuming a lot of soy.
Ugh.
Rapidly.
That shit's not good for me.
I don't think it's good for any man.
I think a lot of people can eat it and not have problems. To me, it like literally gives me stomach problems instantly.
Doesn't it like spike your estrogen, giving you man titties?
I don't know if he does that, but he just literally fucking destroying me.
Yeah, I've heard it does spike your estrogen, giving you man titties. I'm not sure how accurate that is, but I choose to believe it.
I choose to believe it too then.
I choose to believe it because it's funny. So on the 2-day, we got Solana we're still flipping down on momentum, but we are holding this bottom 38.2%. And we have volatility still contracting, but it is starting to tick up a little bit, approaching that moving average. And we got a fresh sell signal here on the Jewel. What's going to invalidate all of this is if we put in a local bottom here, which is going to require a close over $87.29. And if that happens, you're probably going to get a move somewhere around $90 to $95, which is going to be between the median and this 55 EMA. And that'll make it a lot more likely that you're going to break this previous high around $98.41 and go somewhere into the $100 region. But we are front running a lot of things and assuming some things will happen before that actually is confirmed. Let's zoom out here. See what else there is. Is this a lower high? Let me zoom in. It was also the lower high, so there's some slight bearish divergence, although this is arguably played out because we went from your 55 below basically all of your major EMAs and to the bottom 38.2%. And what else? From this low, this is $83, and this one is $85, so it's a higher low, so there's no divergence. Go to the daily is also starting to reclaim that bottom 38.2% with momentum deviating the bearish control zone. But if you notice, you do have, or you're just on the verge of getting a silver cross to the downside here. Your 21 is only like a ball sack hair away from the 55. And the only way to invalidate this right now, because it hasn't been confirmed, is if you were to get a close today back over $88.01. So you need to put in a massive green dildo here, not reject the silver cross. Then what will happen if you get a close over the $88 zone is that then these moving averages are going to diverge and you're going to get the opposite end move, and you're probably going to see some busting action into like $100. Really going to come down to this daily close, because if you reject this $87, $88 area before today's daily close, or you don't even make it to that zone, these are going to cross and you're going to see a dump ski from there. And I would expect somewhere around 80 to $75 being tapped from there. Somewhere around closer to $75 for the 78.6%, which is at 78. What else? Nothing. 8 hours is also right at that 200 SMA, right at the top 38.2%, pretty close to a breakout. Momentum is flipped up. You are putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence with volatility currently still expanding. If you can get a close over $87.17, that gives you a move into somewhere around 90s, like 93 to $100. 4 hour also flipped up, also putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, but currently you are over that 38.2%. 4 hours giving you a buy signal on the jewel, plus you're getting a bullish cross of the pink crossing above the yellow. So if you do close over this 38.2% around $86, I do think you are going to come up to somewhere around like $90 to $91. 2 hours looks very strong. Momentum's pointed up. Volatility is expanding. You have close over the 38.2%, so that is going to take you somewhere around like $88 to $89. Let's check the RSI. zoom in here. There's possibility for 2-day hidden bullish divergence here because we did take out this previous close on momentum while price is making a higher low, and that will confirm with the new close over $87.29. And on confirmation, that gives you a move into somewhere around $93 to $100. Pretty cool. Same numbers we saw previously. Daily also putting in the first drive of hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be multiple drives. This will confirm with the new close over 85.97, so $86, and that gives you a move into somewhere around $90 to $99. Eight hours also got hidden bullish divergence. Let me zoom in to see if it's confirmed. It is indeed confirmed, and this is going to target the bullish control zone, which is right around $91. Somewhere between 91 and 102. 4-hour also has bullish divergence. This is going to target somewhere around 92 to $93. 2-day momentum is currently pointed down, and it is going to remain down as long as you're closing below about $97.63. And you're about to lose the bullish control zone, and you're approaching the bearish control zone with volatility expanding from 2 periods of 0%. Or not 2 periods, many periods of 0%. Daily is currently flipped down, and it will be flipped down with volatility expanding as long as you're closing below $90.37, with also that silver cross pending. Down a little bit. 12 hours currently freshly flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $84.60, and you're about to put in a local bottom here. Plus daily is also putting in a local bottom with that hidden bullish divergence pending. 8 hours currently also flipped up with volatility back to extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 84.25. And 4 hours also flipped up with volatility now expanding from extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $84.27. So it does look like you're going to be approaching somewhere around this $88 to $90 region. And if you can get above, get even a 4-hour close above like $87.80 or $88, let's say $87.80 to be exact, you are likely going to get a movement to somewhere in that high 90s to low $100 region to fulfill all of your other divergences. So now let's run this back down. 2-day. So right now on the 2-day and down, it does look like you're going to see a little bit of a bounce from here, and because you're already filling out and you're very close to putting in a local bottom on the 2-day and the daily, which just requires a close over about $87.30, and the daily will require a close over about $86. And if you do confirm those, it's very likely this silver cross is not going to happen, and you're going to diverge these, and that gives you a move into some nice busting action to somewhere around like $100, somewhere between $93 and $100. Right now we are watching to see on this daily close, and if you do confirm that right now, that is going to lead you into on the short time frames into somewhere around that $93 to $100 region, as long as you're holding over about say $83.50. As long as you are above that number, I would be looking towards somewhere around $93 to $100 being tapped.
Nah, homie. So short, long, where?
Oh, so first, I would say long here. It's a little bit like chasing the move. I would say it's chasing the move, but if you're forced to take a trade here, I would say long towards somewhere around like $93 with a stop loss at $83.50. But a lot of that move has been played out.
To up here, yeah. That's what I keep telling everybody. You're looking at the trade. You're putting it on the table, but some of these trades are already in the middle. You know, it's already happening. Like your stop loss is so far away that like any leverage that you add to your trade is going to be terrible.
Yeah, it's just not worth taking.
Exactly. I'd say this one is not worth taking at all. You're about to retest that silver cross to the upside or downside, and you're about to flip it upside or downside. 2-week chart gives you like a nice little idea of what's going on right here. It's a beautiful rejection from this area that was insane resistance, then became support. Then once you lost the resistance, once you gained at all-time highs, again, second attempt at all-time highs. Once you lost it, this is bearish consolidation, and you're getting rejected by the 9 on the 2-week with a silver cross right here. So I think you're late on the short here, and you're late on the long already today. Right?
And might as well just wait for the daily 9 at least.
Yeah, daily 9 would be daily 9 is the first one of all the EMAs. And what I like about this, whether it's going to be bullish or bearish right here, all the EMAs are right here.
Yeah, exactly.
So once you get above, great. But man,
and if you reject daily silver cross, if you get back above, probably 90. Or you probably honestly do the fucky thing and test daily EMA 100 as the bearish retest officially, because you didn't technically test it.
That'd be great. To me, what I'm thinking is, I don't know if on Monday, I think it's Memorial Day. Are markets closed on Memorial Day? Let me look it up.
I think so.
Stock market.
So. I think my banks said something about they're closed or transfers are
Yes,
closed.
it's closed. So that means you're going to have a whole weekend to have people think. And do you want them already to know that it's bearish? No. You want to invite them over to fucking average like fucking cocks, right? So probably, like you're saying, Alex, this is the type of move that we would see, whether it's here or here, but it should look positive.
Yeah, and
It's
luckily
always
that's
down, dude.
Luckily, we'll know though. The cluster moving averages will be telling. You reclaim it, then we'll probably move up.
Yeah.
Just
I would say
by.
I would favor more the long, and that goes along with what Farhan's saying. But you might be in too late for that move. If it maybe comes to retest 85 or like high 84s, perhaps.
Yeah.
But at this right now, I don't think so. I don't think so, buddy. That's basically it. Anything else you'd like to add, boys, before you go? Because Bitcoin is just doing Bitcoin things.
Well, the dollar is closing and the monthly in 9 days, and it's really actually looking good. I mean, you are getting back above that monthly 9 and also the monthly 100. Most will disregard the monthly on the dollar just because of the chop we've had the last few months, essentially. But you got to look at that as kind of a signal going into June. Now, I know, like, we have that monthly silver cross,
but that on Forex is different. That's when you're close or you already saw the bottom. Look.
Oh yeah, and that is something you mentioned before, and that is a good point actually. So to me, it's really looking like the dollar wants to go up to that 100, 101 zone very soon, and in 9 days, it could actually confirm a bullish deviation with even a volatility setup, kind of like sneaky. Most won't talk about that.
Well, it's been sneaky on the quarterly because it's been going up for 3 months straight. For 3 candles straight, that's 9 months.
Right off where we said too, quarterly estimate 200.
Yeah, and no one has said a fucking single thing about that. So that's when that's when he does the sneaky bullshit like this. And then once he goes like 4 in a row, people go like, wait a minute, the dollar's been bullish for like a year. All we need is this one quarterly candle to close. And you have another month and 11 days to close green. And all he needs to do is get above 99.7, dude.
June would be a perfect month to see.
And then that also coincides with the chart that we looked at the previous cycle, not the 2021, the 2018, 2019, etc. cycle. And yeah, I mean, that makes more sense right now with what we're seeing, but we'll see.
IPO of Starlinks in June 12th.
Say that again.
IPO of Starlink or not?
SpaceX. So
SpaceX,
you have both things, right? Which, let me show you. I don't know if you saw this on my chart or not, and what chart I did it. Okay, so here it is. Let me go with 2 weeks. So in 2018. In 2018, the top of the move to the downside was on May 5th. This year, it was on May 6th. That's when you got to the 82,500. Now, when did it break down the structure that it was forming on that lower high? May 11th. That's when it started to go down, but not aggressively. And then it didn't really go aggressively down. It went down like progressively, until the 24th of June. So just literally sideways and down a little bit, sideways and down a little bit, sideways and down a little bit. And it found a local bottom in December of this year, of 2018. So Bitcoin's bottom was December of 2018, right? Right here. No, I'm sorry. That's March, right here. So you found it. No, wait. Why am I wrong? Oh, 2018. I'm sorry. December of 2018. That's when you saw the actual bottom, right? And like I said, look at how you went sideways from June. You see this move right here? This is what we saw just now. The 282,000, and then it went down. But then it went sideways, dude. You see that?
Yeah.
So when did it break down? When it was right here. That was on May 11th, back in the day. And the local bottom, which was right here, this one right here, which is barely anything. You barely see it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That was a 34% move to the downside. And that was on June 24th, which makes sense. You have the World Cup starting. You have the SpaceX IPO on June 12th, literally 2 days ahead. They're making everyone still like luster after when it really becomes like the Clarity Act becomes a law, because no one has learned anything, which is incredible to see in real time. So that means there's things to look forward. You don't really dump it right now. You continue to do this bullshit. You come down up until the 24th of June. Now, let me explain that here. 1 second. 24th of June, you continue to go down. And then guess where the bottom would be? At $51,000 if it's relative the same percentage. Relatively the same percentage. So that means at 51, you get a bounce, goes up probably to 69, 70. Everyone calls the bottom again. And by December, you get the final move to the downside. Like the actual fucking huge move to the downside.
And that would
makes
be
sense.
that would be
Lines up
fucky,
with
especially
the previous
getting
move.
that local bottom right near that 51K.
That would be
Many would be
poetry.
looking for forward.
Because if you go down right now, everyone's looking at what? 46, 42, 35, 38?
Yeah, exactly. Not 51.
Not 51, homie. And then,
Oh.
yeah,
That'd be twice
reverses.
Andrew Tate's number.
That's right. It reverses. Everybody goes, that was the bottom, guys. Super cycle. Yet again, we go into the super cycle towards December, and then fuck you all, buddies.
It was just another lower high on the macro that once
Yeah.
again got everyone bullish.
Yeah, that's it. That's the formula to follow, in my opinion, right now. Dates are the same. Again. So I'll take that.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah. So there you have it. All righty, boys. Well, thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Muchas gracias, señores and cabrones. Buenas tardes and hasta luego.
Hasta luego.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate you. Bueno, con Solana, solamente para mi estimado Ramón, que estás buscando aquí un trade. Solana, te lo voy a poner primero en la de 2 semanas para que lo veas. He simplificado mi tabla muy cabrón. Solamente puse esta línea para ti ahorita. Pero puedes ver que en el 2021, en agosto, tocaste acá resistencia. Y esta línea está en 98. ¿Dónde está? En 97.54, la de aquí arriba. Resistencia, una vez que lo rompiste, ¡pum! Altos históricos. Luego, cuando caíste, rebotaste, intentaste tomarla por arriba, no pudiste. Resistencia, resistencia, ¡pum! Cierras arriba, vas a tu segundo alto más bajo. Una vez que la pierdes, mercado bajista. Cierras por arriba, cierras por abajo. Cierras por abajo, cierras por arriba, retesteo, alto histórico. Ok, en el 2025, en enero del 2025. Retesteas esta línea, explotas a la alza. Ok. Aquí, en los Solamis, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. Ya retesteaste el promedio del 9 acá. Fue lo que estábamos diciendo antes con lo del retesteo de Bitcoin también. ¿Ok? Cuando lo acaba de hacer. Para abajo. Y estás justamente rangueando con el promedio del 5, pretendiendo hacer un bajo más alto. Excelente. Voy a la diaria. Eso quiere decir que ya te perdiste ese corto, ¿ok? No tú, pero todo el mundo. Tienes el rechazo justamente de acá, tienes el promedio del 100 por acá, estás aquí abajo. Solana tiene un long ahorita. Tienes un cruce plateado en la diaria que está a punto de ocurrir. Pero lo más hijo de puta que Solana puede hacer es venir a retestear este promedio del 100 que viene aquí arriba. Rechazar, hacer un alto más bajo y vámonos para abajo. Ahora, te puedes meter aquí en long si tu pedo es que tienes que invalidarlo aquí abajo. Y apenas puedes ver que esta vela está a punto de reventar esto. Yo diría, si esta vela se lleva este alto de 87.31, me parece que es lo que es, 87.22, vas a mínimo retestar este promedio. Y aquí puede que te haga esto y esto. Este trade no existe ahorita. No existe. Yo creo que va a ser más fácil si viene un rechazo de acá y el retesteo del rechazo para abajo, un retesteo de esta zona que es muy importante, lo puedes ver, no pudo, cerraste por encima, pero luego abajo, no pudo, pum, para arriba, vienes aquí arriba, para arriba, vienes aquí arriba. Entonces, la zona esta está en los 90.48, 90.44. Esa sería la zona ideal para un rechazo, pero también te puede hacer esto y caer, o, una vez más, el promedio del 100 y para abajo. Yo diría, tienes mercado cerrado el lunes, ¿no? Es lo que tienes. El mercado cierra el lunes. ¿Qué es lo que busca ahorita el mercado? A la gente posicionarlo peor. Ya lo vimos con el precio de Bitcoin, se los puse acá. ¿Es con esta tabla? No. ¿Qué ocurrió? El 6 de mayo hiciste tope local. En el 2018, el 5 de mayo hiciste tope local. El 16 de mayo fue tu ruptura de esta zona a la baja. ¿Ok? ¿Cuándo encontraste el fondo local, el primero? El 23 de junio, tío. Recuerda, ¿qué tenemos ahorita que nos está esperando en junio? El 11 y 12. El 11 tienes el Mundial, el 12 tienes el IPO de Space X. Y otra cosa que están siguiendo, empujando para todos los idiotas que no aprenden es el Clarity Act, lo van a pasar a ley, porque no aprendieron nada. Y ahora es de, sí, el pedo es que no lo pasaron como que fuera ley, entonces por eso pues no ha subido. Tienes, ¿qué es lo que va a pasar entonces? De acuerdo, si llega a pasar esto otra vez como ese año. Esto continuaría cayendo, pero poquito a poquito, a poquito, a poquito, a poquito, a poquito, a poquito, llegas al fondo. ¿Dónde sería el fondo si fuera igual que en el 2016? Ya, digo 18. Ahora, yo aquí voy a poner una nota, y se los he dicho 1000 veces. Se mueve menos para abajo y se mueve menos para arriba. Esperar el mismo movimiento, en mi opinión, sería tonto. Que sea el mismo tamaño. Yo les había dicho antes, con que se lleve esto en los 60 y llegue a 58 más o menos, 55, nadie va a estar listo para eso. Porque eso confirma el mercado bajista. Y todo el mundo diría, güey, pues ahora va a ser fondo y va a tocar fondo en octubre, entonces me voy a esperar o voy a comprar depende quién seas, ¿no? Los 48, los 42, los 38, o los 34, 32, o si eres Andrew Tate, los 20,000, ¿no? Cualquiera de esas cosas. Nadie se metería al movimiento si fuera de 51 para arriba, de 51 a 57, lo que tú quieras, aquí esta zona. Nadie se metería. Eso nos llevaría literalmente de lado así. ¿No? Y todo el mundo, una vez más, ¿qué diría? Ya fue el fondo. Y ahora viene diciembre y en diciembre, pito, güey, y ahí sí te lleva a donde te tenía que llevar desde el principio. Eso fue literalmente lo que vimos al principio de este stream y fue igualito a lo que pasó en el 2018. Entonces, paciencia es lo que va a ganar, inteligencia en esto, reconocer qué tipo de ciclo es en el que estás, reconocer también que el movimiento del dólar puede efectivamente tomar hasta fin de año para pegar, porque el petróleo todavía no sabemos si ya vimos el tope del petróleo o no, en mi opinión no. Y una vez más, ¿qué pedazo de evidencia tengo para contarles eso? Simplemente la fuerza que trae. La fuerza que trae medida por la cantidad de volatilidad tan baja que tuvo que no habías visto desde 1965. Entonces, todavía no ve el tope del petróleo. Y recuerda, el dólar se empieza a mover entre 8 a 6 meses después que el petróleo hace su tope. Y no lo ha hecho. El dólar en sí está haciendo la jugada más culera de todas en el planeta. 3 meses, la trimestral, en una tendencia alcista, te ha pintado 3 velas para arriba. Lleva 9 meses subiendo en lo que te están diciendo que es el fin del dólar. 1, 2, 3. Y aquí estás. Tienes todavía 1 mes y 11 días solamente para subir esto. Con que subas por ahí, tendrías 1 año entero del dólar subiendo en lo que te están contando que es el fin del mundo y el fin del dólar, que sería lo más chistoso. Y de ahí revientas el promedio del 21, el 30, el 21 y el 9 y te vas a donde te tienes que ir. A seguir al petróleo, la energía y todo lo que son los microchips y todo eso con el nuevo estándar del dólar. ¿Por qué les digo paciencia? Porque en un mercado donde todo el mundo se pone loco y quiere todo ya, lo más fácil para joderlos a todos va a ser simplemente hacer lo que les estoy diciendo. Ahora, no tienen que jugar así, por supuesto. Puede mañana irse a $20,000 y a la verga, ¿no? Pero si yo quisiera joder a todos ustedes, les haría eso. Y por eso tiene más sentido para mí que eso vaya a funcionar. La otra cosa, como estoy diciendo, vean la bolsa. Los están invitando, carnales. Viene el Mundial, vienen todas estas cosas. Posiciónense bien. Compren más arriba. Compren todos más arriba. Compren todos más arriba. Esa es la invitación. Es la invitación que tienen todos ustedes ahorita. Porque la bolsa no está cayendo. Mucha gente está ignorando lo que pasa todo el tiempo repetidamente. No tiene que pasar al mismo tiempo repetidamente. Y es ahí donde se pone la cosa interesante, en mi opinión. Alguien me había preguntado por acá, en Lucid, que si podemos analizar Lucid. Todavía no llega al fondo. O sea, sigue para abajo, está en el... digo, tal vez tocó fondo, pero no lo creo. Sigue para abajo, no hay nada que analizar en una tabla bajista donde tienes en una vela semanal, trimestral, mensual, que está bajando. No vale la pena desperdiciar tiempo en eso. No hay nada que analizar. Continúa con lo mismo. Me da muchísimo gusto, Ramón. Me da muchísimo gusto. Sí funcionó el long de 8 horas. Entré en los 77 planos con el SL de venta anterior en 76. Bien, en Bitcoin con un 50X. Es como se debe de operar, ¿ves? Pero, güey, pocos entienden cómo... Y toma tiempo, ¿eh? No crean que Ramón aprendió de la noche a la mañana también, como yo, como cualquiera otro. Pero sabes cuándo meterle fuego con esos trades y cuándo no. Y eso me da muchísimo gusto. Y ahí, claro que sí, me da muchísimo gusto, mi Jorge, que también te haya hecho Alex ganar una lana. Eso es todo. Básicamente eso es todo lo que tenemos el día de hoy. 4 horas dándole con todo. Sea, una vez más, para tradear, chingón, estamos viendo qué hacer. Está jugándola bastante interesante. Hay veces que no hay trades. Hay veces que no te quieres meter a la mitad de un movimiento donde tu invalidación está muy lejos. No vale la pena. Y para invertir, tenemos las líneas y las hemos tenido por un rato y es lo mismo y no cambia a través del tiempo. Pero una cosa que sí es importante entender es, nosotros podemos ver la tabla y te podemos decir sin saber la base del negocio, pues güey, aquí es donde tendría sentido, como en HIMS, como en PayPal, como en Lululemon, ¿no? Pero la realidad es muy diferente porque una vez más, se está consolidando todo el mercado en muy pocas empresas. Eso quiere decir que no puedes entrar al casino y poner en la ruleta fichas en todos los números y todos van a pegar. Va a ser 1, 2, 3. Por eso, para mí, la persona que está ahí, diversifícate, métele a 30,000 cosas, no sabe lo que está haciendo en el 2026. Tienes que escoger qué es lo que sigue en el mundo de inteligencia artificial, qué es lo que sigue en el mundo de la movilidad, qué es lo que sigue en todo esto. Y es por eso que tengo pocas apuestas. pero estoy apostando, güey. ¿Quieres apostar en el dólar volviéndose básicamente lo que todo el mundo cree que Bitcoin es, que es energía? Eso es el dólar. Nunca han escuchado, ¿no? A toda esa gente mal informada. Digo, súper bronceada, bien etiquetada, con súper modales, que fueron a la escuela, que traen su portafolio, se ponen lentes y estudian todo. Los güeyes más guapos de todos. A esos güeyes decir que Bitcoin equivale a energía. No, el dólar equivale a energía. Porque les voy a contar esta locura. Bitcoin gasta energía y no crea energía. El dólar es literalmente el petrodólar pasando al petrogas dólar y a todo lo demás de energía que quieras. Literalmente es lo que es. Más aparte, el dólar también es poder de procesamiento y tecnología. No voy a apostar fuera de lo que entiendo. Me voy a quedar siempre en mi carril y a ver cómo me va. Hasta ahora vamos bien. Vamos a esperar que esa tendencia siga y simplemente ser pacientes. De corazón, no se los puedo decir lo suficiente. Todo el mundo quiere hacerse millonario de la noche a la mañana. Eso no pasa. No pasa, no pasa, no pasa, no pasa. Pero si te esperas al momento correcto y compras cuando se debe, eso va a pasar eventualmente, que de la noche a la mañana no vas a creer lo que tienes en la cartera. Pero también, si no tienes convicción porque no sabes lo que estás haciendo, vas a cometer errores y vas a vender. Y no te vas a llevar la gran parte del pastel. Todo eso es posible y lo han visto en vivo y en directo aquí varias veces. Yo sé que me iría mejor en mi canal y en mi negocio si les vendiera que todo es posible mañana, compra ahorita y haz esto y dame todo tu dinero y la verga, pero no funciona así. Y no me interesa aquí para nada el dinero. Lo que vengo a hacer es, quiero que ustedes aprendan a hacer lo que estoy haciendo. Es porque siento que nadie de verdad le importa enseñar esto. Todos te están enseñando del hoy a mañana. Y a mí lo que me ha hecho exitoso en todo lo que hago y lo que haya sido exitoso es largo plazo. Cuando trabajo con gente cortoplacista, todo se va a la verga, porque me desesperan y yo no puedo ser cortoplacista y los mando a la verga. Me rindo. No quiero que seas uno de ellos. Ahora, si lo quieres ser, no estoy aquí para convencerte. Esto es para los que les resuene el mensaje, que lo hagan. Tengan paciencia. A veces las cosas se ven peor antes de que se pongan de lo mejor. ¿No? Es todo lo que tengo para ustedes. Les mando un fuerte abrazo y nos vemos el viernes, tíos. Nos vemos el viernes. Gracias. Gracias. Oye, es que ya fue el fondo en el parque.